Hello, and welcome back to some programming. Hope everyone's doing well today. Hope everyone's had a good day so far. We are starting off with just cleaning up a little bit of design stuff that I wanted to make sure I got done before I forgot. Because as you can see, I have been working on some more design stuff for more bosses and such. We're getting further along with all of that, which is always really cool. Admittedly, while I'm getting further along with this stuff, we haven't gotten further along like with assets and things, and haven't really developed too much, because we've been working on something else a lot at the moment in my free time. In fact, the last 2 days have been very, 3 days now, I think. They've been very intense, the amount of work that we've been doing and will be continuing to do. Okay, so let's show what we've been working on. Now again, I want to mention this is very early design phase of this architectural change, so a lot of these things need to be shifted around, moved, and cleaned up in a lot of spots, but overall, relatively happy with how it's going. So you'll see immediately there's a bit of a change in the game once it actually loads in. And that'll be like the big telling point. Boom! You'll see that the UI looks different. So at the moment, it's not actually fully rigged up properly, so I can actually move around. Not supposed to, but that's because it's still using the old lockout systems, where it's checking the old UI for conditionals to lock things out, and I've not rigged up keyboard control. We have mouse control though. So you'll see this is the old UI. So if we launch the game again very quickly, we can show a little bit more. Again, there is a lot of prep that I've been doing. So play, exit, and options will work. Options are a bit of a cool one. I think I've done a decent-ish job with the approach so far. Just needs to be polished up in looks. We have over here, we've got all of the different things. You'll see now as well, if I click over here, these options aren't doing anything. Which is a cool little thing. It basically means that I can layer UI on top of each other in a really interesting way. And why that's important is because of this. I can now press audio, and audio is still there. We can actually access this menu still. All of these are broken, so it won't work, but if I press back, it'll work. Or we can go into options and work with options. Now you'll also see here, we've got these things. Again, temp assets for the most part, but these are sliders now. Master volume isn't working, by the way, before anyone asks. But yeah, we've got this working. This took me a good bit of time getting this sorted. You'll also see here that words. It actually keeps this locked highlighted and like hover over in this. This is something I'm gonna try and work on. But I'm not too concerned with it at the moment, especially knowing that I've got a locked visual here. I do want to move these down a little bit and then like add some bits and pieces here and there to make it a little bit more visually improved. I also want to probably add a thing where basically if you click outside of the UI space, it automatically depreciates the menu type. So what I mean by the depreciation is it's kind of what I was talking about. you've got this UI still here. This UI is being drawn, it's just not being functional. So if I click here, what it would probably do is it would just go like, okay, revert to options and then quit out of options. So it would basically just go down to the base form. That's kind of the idea. This also means that, for example, with playing, pause, all these sorts of things, what I can do is I can have, so this is sort of working. Give me some, like, hesitation here. If we go into game, technically this is the old UI with a couple of tweaks here and there. This UI that's actually being displayed, though, is actually handled via the new UI. We can tell that because when I put upgrade through, upgrade just goes over the top. And yeah, I've also kind of added a little bit more visual to upgrades. Upgrade's going to get a few more tweaks before it's over. And I'm just constantly trying to think of all of the options that we have to bring better visual clarity and improvement. Also, fun thing, I'm going to probably mention this now, there is a few abilities and things I would like to nerf, because what I did the other day was I just did this for a little while. So this is just spam clicking whatever's at the top. And the problem is I did this on Iron Mouse, and if I come out of it now, you'll see that like 81-ish is pretty in-gamey, admittedly. But like, look at the area I've got. If we come out of this, I have already 200% area, and I'm pretty sure most of that's going to be over from that. Right? It's going to be mainly Speak of the Devil. And that's not even sure why, I'm gonna be honest. Let's see, if we look at all of these, is it... Because it's only health and health regen that can really be amplified. It's armor and health. Armor and health are the only things that are really increasing. I actually don't know what level that is because all of this is the old stuff here. Again, this is another example. So this bit here, on the left here with the stats and stuff, I want to make that like another piece that I can just push somewhere if I want to. But here's a great example, is the fact that this UI is not disappearing right now is a great point to be made. Of the fact that, yeah. Now, again, this is a rework that is going to probably take me most of this week, if not into the next week, with how much needs to be done, because I'm trying to do my best to make it as manageable as possible, and making it as flexible as possible, which has led to most of it just being manually rewritten stuff. Some of it doesn't need to be, some of it could just be function orientated. We will get to that once I've got it functioning and all ready to go. Because the fact is that if I click on, say, display accessibility and controls, they will break. Why? Because there's just nothing there. The things aren't prepared. And that's how that is, right? So, Let's keep going with the implementation then, shall we? Display. So for now, display. What do I have listed in display? Full screen. Full screen is one that I can work with. I'm not going to do resolution because resolution can get quite difficult when managed poorly, and I do not have systems in place to manage it. Okay. You just need to work with me there, bud. There you go. Yeah, under the blanket. So, it's because I believe there's a thing for just setting it to full screen. I'll look in a moment. Let's see. Full game. Okay, so that's the functionality that we'll have for this. I'm just going to quickly write this function here. Function. Toggle. Okay. Now, I'm gonna go through and just set these up so they don't break anymore. I'm gonna Control K that one so we can use that in future reference. This one doesn't matter. Control that one for, again, future reference. You'll see that a lot of this is kind of getting, like, future reference used. That's just because, again, while I wrote up, if we go into here, some notes regarding the UI overhaul and kind of, like, some baseline rules for it. It's still thing. Also, actually, I want to show this. So, as I said, been working on, been working on some more bosses and stuff with, some things to help me, kind of come up with random ass ideas. So we've got a few more we can show quickly, just kind of talking about the designs. Caffeine cat, lightning, hyperactive cat who's had way too much coffee, loves to move fast and act erratically. Dash at lightning speed, clawing the player as it zips by, so it's probably going to be very much like that's the dash that fucking party animal does, but faster. Coffee spews coffee mugs from the sky, or spawns coffee mugs from above, which spill damaging liquid on the ground. I kind of like the idea of it just being like something that summons and then pours and drops stuff. And then override as health decreases, movement speed and attack frequency increase drastically. Basically another one of Knife with Doggo kind of ideas, whereas like as health decreases it gets an effect. This dude's gonna probably do like super low damage overall, and that's just gonna be how that works, right? Professor Paradox. So this is one of those ones where, like, this idea. So I was using. Okay, you might not like this. I was using ChatGPT for some idea crafting. I gave it all the information I had, and I sold it to make things within the rules. And it gave me a lot of garbage. But it was pure and simply, I told it, I just want idea crafting. I want foundational ideas that I can develop off of and stuff like that. One of the ones it gave me was basically this, but worse. And I played around with it a lot, because it didn't understand the rules of the game very well. So originally it was like suggesting giving the player attack, it says here attack rate. That's kind of a bit of the legacy of what it said. It's like give player movement speed and attack rate. I'm actually gonna just rewrite this now while I remember. Cooldown rate. There we go. I sure love it when Malith tubes on the V. But yeah, so like this is an example of one of the abilities that it wrote. Technically speaking, what I'm thinking with this is I'm just going to give you a shitload of speed modifier all of a sudden, and it's going to like burst in and only last for a split second, which means that you're just going to like have no chance of controlling your character feasibly. Especially if your character is speed orientated. Doesn't mean if you have like a speed scaling attack, holy shit, that's gonna hit like a truck. But that's fine. Every once in a while having a boss that's just completely counteracted by an effect is cool. I'm down with that. That's why I'm also giving it like passively deals a small amount of damage, because actually none of this does damage. So far. It's just fucks with you. So I like the idea of just giving it a small amount of passive damage that, realistically speaking, if you play like Iron Mouse and you've got a goodish build going, it's probably going to be very manageable amount of damage. You're my discomfort streamer. Thank you for embracing the chaos. God damn it. I don't know how I feel about being called discomfort streamer, but hey. This one was also another idea that it kind of threw together that I fucking loved. Like, genuinely. I really, really loved this idea. I think that it fucking is actually... Wait, that's an Iron Mouse emote. Hang on a minute. But yeah, no, this one threw out an idea and I kind of have played around with it a little bit. I just like the idea of this. Because I kind of like the, gifties. I like the idea of just having a little bit of... So something I've talked about with the bosses is that they're mostly reference-based, right? Like, they're mostly references. I do have more that I want to add, and some of them are my own ideas that I'll do at some point. But this was just me, like, kind of filling out the roster for now, and then going through and doing some pruning later and cleanup, as we do with the implementation. But I do like the idea of this. It's just kind of a funny meme of just me suffering while making this. Then Gremlin Gamer, I couldn't help but giggle at this one so much. Also, I just thought this was really, really fitting. VTubers, one with a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh emotes and one called Miss Suck. We ignore that one. How dare you? Oh, I mean, I don't know who that is off the top of my head, admittedly. I mean, I was not gonna lie, I was a little surprised yesterday when I was watching Matara's streams, because I was watching the beginning of his subathon, that I didn't actually get one of the random gift subs during the fucking first hype train. Because that was a lot of gift subs getting handed out. Hey, you pink devil. By the way, did I see you earlier today in Aura's chat? Was that you that I saw there? Yes, okay. I saw the name scroll past at one point. I'm like, hang on a fucking minute. Yeah, no, I definitely, I'm sad that I just don't have the money at the moment I would have put in for that hype train. I really should have. And got it to level 2. Yeah, I did see that. That was pretty cool. Everyone just donating because, oh, who was it said that? It's just like, oh yeah, no, it's free. And it's just like, no, they're not free. Everyone immediately goes, oh, these are free? Hell yeah. I love that shit, man. I remember there's one streamer in particular, he doesn't stream much now, but he was really like plagued by that joke in his community. It's always a silly one. Stop showing me Iron Mouse emotes, you make me want... Dude, I need to resubscribe. It's been fucking too long since I subscribed to Iron Mouse. She is more than deserving of my sub, again at some point. The problem is that, like, for the longest time, I would only really use, like, the Prime sub. And I really need to fix that. At the moment, I'm subbed to Aura, and that's via my own money, right? But that's why I'm like, eh. I'm also, like, 3 days away from having to renew that, too. The emote brain wiggle is wiggling me. Nice. Hey, yeah? Yeah. Moth disgust. There's a Juniper one. Yeah. And there's the Momos. Is that the Momo? Yeah, that's a Momos. Dude, I can't wait for the day. Because I don't think I can put emotes up yet, could I? Actually, that's a good question. Whoa, can I do emotes on either of my channels? Where do I look? Yeah, I have no idea where I would need to look to see where I would... That's... let's see. Yeah, I don't think I can yet. Is that what I'm to understand? Let's see. Roles manager. What the fuck's roles manager? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, how do you get the emote stuff? I'm now curious. Let's see. How to click on the settings icon and what? Okay, settings icon. And okay, well, I don't see that. So I'm assuming, yeah, there it is. Partners and affiliates. Okay, cool. That's the answer I wanted. I just wanted to know if I had access or not. I do not. I wish that was a bit clearer, to be honest. But oh well. Is what it is, right? Can I do it for YouTube, though? I assume not as well, right? Add emotes to YouTube. membership page. So I would need to have memberships available. Yeah. That makes sense. Okay. Gonna get monetized on Twitch before you get monetized on YouTube. Honestly, there's a good chance. Because, what is the requirement again for it all? Let's see. YouTube Studio. Also, I just realized that that is broken down there. Okay. YouTube Studio, earn. How far off are we from earning anything? Yeah, we're still a fair bit away from any eligibility on that side of things. And then it's under achievements here. Let's have a little look. So it's affiliate or partner, right? Are the two that I'd need to look at. So affiliate is stream for 8 hours, 90 hours. Yeah, I'm a bit there. And on here it's, so I just need to get like a higher average of viewership or yeah, again, higher average viewership and higher followers. It's fine. Alright. For Twitch you need 5 average chatters and streaming somewhat commonly. I mean, like, I hit the streamer requirement, right? But hey. Some guy was hating on Mouse in a comment section I'm in. He claims that Mouse has no skill or talent, that it... Oh my god, yeah, no, I'm really with you on that, Pink. On that devil, like, holy shit. It's... Look, okay, so I've talked about this before. I'm all good for, like, people having their own opinions, but, like, when you're just actually being a bigot, there's a difference. Mouse has no skill, someone with less skill than Mouse. Like, that's less... If you're saying someone that is classically trained in opera alone is not skilled, if you're saying someone that has worked their way up from basically no viewership to being pretty much one of the most, like, well-known, well-beloved streamers out there, you saying you've got no talent? Come on. We know that you're just pissed because they're able to be successful and you're not. That's most of the time that's what that shit is. It's either they're... No. It's one or two things, and I'm pretty sure this is consistently what it is most of the time, is it's... They don't fucking... Like, they're upset because they aren't successful, or they're upset because their parasocially... their parasocial streamer that they're like super parasocial with isn't bigger. We saw this with KSI, right? Where like the other streamers that all got beaten with her subathon, a lot of their viewers came out of the woodwork and were like, "Fuck you, Iron Mouse." It's like, sorry, why? She is a generic streamer. Why people and say about being inspirational for people with illness. He went on a tangent about people like... yeah. No, that's someone you're just not gonna... It's not worth talking with someone like that. It's not. Oh, can we talk about a little bit of drama? Because this had... Can we just say that since my last stream, there has been a lot of things that have gone on. A lot of things have gone on at the moment, and one of the big ones is what's happened on Twitch. So, I don't like chasing drama. I've talked about this before. I don't like watching drama tubers or drama content creators, stuff like that. I do not believe you should always put your 2 cents into all drama, but there is levels of like, if it's not relevant to you, stay the fuck out, right? But this is actually relevant because this is really, really important to pay attention to. So do we all remember what is nicknamed the adpocalypse for YouTube? We all remember that, right? Or at least know about it. It was when it was a chain event. There was a lot of things going on. One of the big ones was that, for example, the Taliban were on YouTube posting shit and they were getting monetized. So it meant that advertisers that were advertising on YouTube were supporting the Taliban. Then we had the stuff with PewDiePie, which was a massive, massive partnership. He kind of fucked up with a few things at the time. He has apologized since, and he's become a much better person now. It was mistakes at the time. But like, we kind of remember the adpocalypse stuff. So it was a huge screw over to content creators. So it didn't really affect viewers. It affected the content creators. So we may be seeing there's actually a very good shout at, if they hadn't actually finally taken action, which they did, we were going to possibly see that shit again on Twitch. Why is this important? Well, it's because someone, not going to name them right this moment, thought it was okay to potentially endorse genocide. And to say that they're a large-scale streamer is an understatement. I missed that? Yeah. Asmund the Roach King Y. Yep. Asmongold went on stream, talked about some current events, and basically said that it is okay that this inferior culture, again, quoting here, this inferior culture is getting genocided because of other stuff. Now, look, I've said this before, and I stand by this statement, right? I very rarely agree with his takes. However, it is very important to acknowledge that, as we call the ball guy, yeah. It is very important to acknowledge that what Asmongold says a lot of the time is what a lot of people in general feel. I'm not going to say it's the case in this situation. However, it's the same with, like, as a game developer, it's actually important to listen to Asmongold, not because you're going to get something good out of it, but it's because you're going to hear what a average Joe is probably thinking when it comes to your game. So if you want to take a moral high ground scenario, it might not work because they're just not going to care. So again, while his takes are shit most of the time and wildly bad, this is what a lot of people think. Now, to this one. This is a difficult one because this could actually be seen very reminiscent to what happened with Europe and around the World War II thing. So this is actually well documented. There is evidence to this. Is that basically everyone was really angry at the fact that there was a lot of high-end business individuals and banks owned by the Jewish peoples. No one wanted to stand out about it. What happens? World War II happens. Now they basically get this opportunity, and I'm not going to say this is 100% the case, but now they have this opportunity to move them out of Europe. And they took it. Get them all out of here. We don't want them, but we're not going to be racist about it and start an extermination like they are. This is kind of like this. The problem is, it's still not acceptable to say, or think, or anything. The fact that it took him this long to get banned was actually kind of the concern, because if he didn't get banned, we would have seen an adpocalypse scenario. This is not a take that you can say. This is not a take you can say, my bad, as a response to, because it's not acceptable. You have devalued a human life in your statement, which is beyond not okay. The only take I like from Ansgold so far is his whole career. Monster Hunter is good. That's fair. Again, he is very reminiscent of things. I really hope that this is an opportunity that that's taken for people to realize this is actually what he's been like all along. He's been like this with his takes this whole time, and I'm hoping that it's either his fan base will like demoralize for this, and he potentially gets kind of a bit more criticism thrown his way towards certain things, and kind of basically watched a little bit more closely for saying the wrong things, or he recognizes this himself and he changes his opinion, like he changes some of his approach. He's a cult man, they'll just agree with him. That's the problem, is that's kind of what happened. While he was having this hot take, people were agreeing with him. And that's the case. That's why I say, like, a lot of the shit he says, especially in relation to, say, like, games, has been stupid, but how people think about it. Like, one thing that a lot of people took really poorly was when he talked about usage of AI-generated content towards games. He basically mentioned, as a player, he doesn't give a fuck. He just wants to be able to play a game that he enjoys. If it was made by an AI, oh well, the game's still fun. And that's true. Most consumers are going to think like that. You might, as a developer or an artist or anything, disagree with this, and that's fine. That's your moral standpoint. But you have to acknowledge that most people aren't going to care. So unless you make a good effort of presenting your case, right? Now, one game at the moment that's taking a bit of a hot take on it is, was it Liar's Bar? Because that uses AI-generated voices. For the most part, I believe it's just Microsoft voices. I might be wrong on that. But the point is that I know Sayu and Amelie have both come out and said they're not going to play it because it's using AI-generated voices. And that's fair. That's their point, right? That's fair. If the game is fun, how the fuck do I care about it? Exactly. And that's, I'm not going to say you're wrong for that take. Right? Now, an artist out there might just go like, how dare you? You're ruining my job. So no. This is how it works. At the end of the day, the consumer cares more about the outcome product than they do about anything else. This is what we've seen consistently across the board. As long as they're somewhat respected, the consumer is somewhat respected, and the content is good, they'll play it. That is the hot take, right? As in saw like 2 tweets about the fruit and just repeated them in his army. Yeah, no, I hated how that was handled. And I feel really bad for Fruit, because basically Fruit has still dealt with today the out of contextness of what Asmongold said. And it's really fucked her over, and there's been such horrendous treatment to her, and I feel really bad. She is not deserving of that. She, by all intents and purposes, from what I have seen, what I've heard and all that, she's a very lovely individual, and she deserves love and care. And I'm going to be honest, I actually kind of understand where she's coming from. I've been in similar situations. What happened to Fruit? A long time ago, she was in an extremely abusive relationship. What happened was a couple of years back, basically, a rumor was being spread that she cheated on her ex-husband that was away on deployment. in the last like couple of months, Fruit made basically a giant post with evidence about what happened, like what actually happened, and the fact is it proves very much not that being quite the case, and in fact this individual is an extremely abusive individual, and treated her basically like a pet, it almost felt like. And as someone that has been treated abusively by a partner fairly recently, my heart went out, and I genuinely felt terrible for that. But no, Asmongold saw a thing about how she basically slept with someone else, and how that cheating is never justified, and she's only the sole wrong person in this. It's like, oh, well, of course he's gonna be awful to her if she cheated on him. It's like, I needless to say, there was a lot of hot takes, and a lot of them were stupid. She cheated, then turned into, well, it was on deployment, and then somehow spiraled with yeah, no, it just kept going. It was like playground rumors was basically the problem. And then the moment because I'm gonna be honest, she did not need to post that. She posted that of her own volition, the giant document that she had. And that document really was quite revealing to the situation. And it also says a lot to me that when I read the comments of that tweet that she posted that on, a lot of people basically immediately responded with, it's like, oh, see, she's admitted to cheating. And I'm like, you didn't read this then? Because they kept quoting the part where she says autonomy over her own body. If you actually read what was discussed in that section, it was basically her not actually being forced to have sex with this person, or doing certain acts, illicit acts, or doing other things, or actually cheating on him. Like, it basically was going, it was really fucking stupid. It was really, really fucking stupid. And the person, and I'm gonna be honest, yeah, the other person was an extremely abusive individual. There's no justification there. If, and I'm gonna say this loosely, if there was a situation where she did cheat on him, then I'm gonna say mutually they fucked up. Well done, I have now admitted that two people in a situation can be wrong, because that's often the case. Both people fuck up in some way. When it comes to abusive relationships, and I speak from experience on this, a lot of the time, it's the abuser fucks up by being abusive, and the abusee fucked up by not recognizing that they're in an abusive situation, or not recognizing basically the signs and realizing that something's wrong. And I'm gonna say this now, you can't. Not easily. Not inside, because I always thought myself, I've been in a lot of abusive situations, I've been in a lot of difficult things. I would never fall into this trap. Not again. I'm more than capable. Clearly not. Alright. No evidence, drama, yeah, exactly, right? It's like there was no actual source of evidence. It was just I think it was a post somewhere on like 4chan or some shit. Two wrongs make a right unless one of them is yeah. I fucking hate it. I really fucking hated the whole shit that was going on with it. The only evidence against Fruit was her text with a friend where she told them she tucked herself while thinking about him. Yeah. They broke up, she had texts, and yeah. Like, that was the thing. That's also a big sign of something's going wrong, is like the coming back thing. Again, I speak to this myself. Is realistically, if a relationship goes sideways for a very clear reason, and you can't get over that individual, you go back to them and they let you back in, there's something often wrong there. I'm not going to say always, but there's often something wrong there. But yeah, the other individual used like threats of self-harm, of past experiences, past trauma, all these things as like things against her, would belittle her problems, would use a lot of emotional manipulation techniques, and it was hard to read that, I'm gonna be honest, again, from kind of a bit of a raw perspective on my end. No one should have to go through any form of like that kind of abuse. It's not okay. The only other evidence was her ex-boyfriend said it was a Facebook post that Fruit announced that she was no longer... Yeah. There was all sorts of stuff for that, but like I do feel really bad for Fruit. She did not deserve the shit that went down for her. I think she's an awesome person. She's on my list of characters to do. I think, is she actually on the active list? I believe she is. Yeah, there she is. Because I've always enjoyed her stuff. I think she's a very funny person. Do I think she's got some shit takes from time to time? Sure. But who doesn't, right? I'm gonna be honest, this is the thing you'll see consistently. Everyone's gonna have shit takes. I'm gonna have shit takes. I'm not saying every take that I have is good. I'm not here to be the perfect paragon of everything you should do right and wrong in the world. But at the same time, like, you gotta have something, right? I don't really like her honesty, but the hate is just infuriating. That's fair. That's fair. No one deserves that thing. Exactly, right? Like, I've always sat there and been so confused at the concept of like sending death threats via Twitter DMs and shit like that. It's like, you're really scum if you're doing that. I'm gonna be honest. Like, okay, phrasing situation here. If I made a story and I killed off a character that was very beloved, if you sent me a message going, I'm so upset with you for killing off this character, I really, really cared about them, I'm actually very upset, sort of thing, I would take that as a compliment. You saying, you're a fucking awful person for killing this off, I'm gonna feel like shit. If you're gonna tell me I should die or my family should die because I killed off your favorite character, then I'm going to report you to the police. Like, that's the scale of things, right? Is you need to realize it's a story. Yeah, game over me. But like, that's the thing, is if you're clearly meaning it with like positive thing of, you really made me care about this character and I'm really upset that they're dead because I cared about them so much. Like, well done for writing a character that's that like, that I can attach to that much. That is what you kind of need to do. That's what you actually should be doing, not questioning their integrity or threatening them with anything. This is not okay. Our world should be built more on praise. Come on, people. I love when authors skillfully destroy my emotions. Exactly. Look, do I remember, and I'm gonna like you pick a random thing out for a moment. Do I remember that moment in Nier Automata where 2B gets struck down? Yes, I really do. Was I really upset? And I was like, all that. Yes, I really fucking was. But that's the thing. I loved that moment because of how attached I'd already been to this character. 2B game over. Exactly. Like that's that point, right? You need to acknowledge, why are you caring about this character and why is it a bad thing? Why you'll often hear me talk on these things is there's the big difference between something bad happening in the story and it being good for the story but bad, or being bad for the story. Those are the kind of the two different ways of approaching it. I love a character that's written to be awful and horrendous and all these sorts of things and done well. That's why Joffrey from Game of Thrones, the TV series at the very least, I can say this, The purple wedding was what got me into watching it, and I fucking loved how they actually portrayed his character. I think he was an incredible actor, and it was incredible script writing for a character to make me want to punch him in the face. I wanted to punch Joffrey in the face. Nothing to do with the actor, nothing to do with the writer. I wanted to punch Joffrey in the face. That is skill there. Threats for making, yeah, exactly, right? It's like, this is something I really fucking hate hearing, is just like making these. Look, I'm gonna be honest, right? If you're getting upset by like some of this shit, you really need to work on your mental. You really, really need to learn how to disassociate and disconnect from these things, because you are clearly getting way too wound into it. And it's actually going to cause you problems. That's like attachment issues right there. Alright. I did show most of those. We were going to work on display. YouTubers quit and got some for leaving. I did see that as well, and I just, again... Why? Like, don't get me wrong. If Iron Mouse in, like, tomorrow announced her retirement, right? Would I be really fucking upset? Dude, I would probably not stream if she announced it, like, at some point. If she announced it during stream, the stream would probably end and I would just go curl up in bed and cry. I'm gonna openly admit to this. But at that same time, that's me just processing the loss of someone that I really, really care about and all that sort of stuff. I can't understand being negative to the person. Do you know what my response on Twitter would be? It's like, I'm really, really crying. This is really upsetting, but I hope that the next stage of your life is awesome. Like like that sort of thing. Be positive. I saw people shitting on Ame for leaving. Yeah, I can't understand. I can't understand that stuff. I really don't. Like, Ame is probably the second most, like, influential and probably the most influential for VTubers, like VTuber trends out of all of the Holo Myth EN, like the first wave. People underestimate how much she impacted the VTuber community. She's an amazing, amazing, and incredible individual. You should praise her work and say, and like send her off with only positivity because of how awesome she is. The fact is, she said it's not even a full goodbye, it's a see you next time. Right? How parasocial have you got to be to get, like, so up in arms around that shit, man? But yeah, that's... They were saying she threw her work in the trash and doesn't... Yeah, and see, like, that, again, that's them just making these fucking statements because they're upset that their favorite VTuber's gone and they feel super parasocial. Right? Like, that's just not okay. She ruined herself. Ugh. That's just clearly... If you're thinking like that, you need help. I'm just... It's no nice way of saying it, right? You're doing the Lord's work. Thanks. Okay, so I do need these. But it's, yeah, it's the case, right? It's like... Why? Yeah, why think like this, people? Why? Why you gotta be like this? Be positive. Praise VTubers. They're all awesome. They'll come and go as any content creator, as any TV show, as anything. Like, we're in an era where fucking there's probably something to fill the gap. I say that in the nicest way. I'm not trying to say, like, everyone's replaceable, but, like, you can move on. stop being so fucking parasocial. It's too real, Roy. Yeah, exactly. It's like, again, I'd love things to be treated a lot more positively across the board, right? Do I go into, like, this is a great example. Do I go into this game expecting the best treatment ever? Right? No. God, no. God fucking no. I expect this game to basically be a flop, in a sense. Like, straight up. I expect this game to be a flop. Would I love a lot of positivity around this? Sure. But I want to point out with this game, the positivity I want to come out of this game is not to me. Right? I do not want this game to be positive to me. I want this game to be positive to VTubers. I want this to be a way of bringing more people together and showing we are all together as a giant community. Let's have fun. Hey, my art and code too. Yeah. I sent some bits telling her about the game. Sounds cool. Okay. I'm very glad. Ooh, you made me tingly there for a moment. Oof. I started wondering if she gave permission to be there. I'm gonna say this openly. I really need to reach out to more of the VTubers that I plan on adding to the game and that are in the game and getting permission, because that's something I really want to do. I feel really uncomfortable in some regards not having reached out to some of them going, hey, look, I just want your okay that you're in this game. I'm not going to say you have to do anything towards it. I just want your, like, say so that it's cool. If you say no, like I've said this before, I am open to saying no to a character if one of these VTubers comes in and goes, no, I don't want to be in this. Please, can I be removed? I will adhere to that because it's not fair on them, right? She said she doesn't remember but gives them out like candy. God fucking damn it, Juniper. God fucking damn it. You have my permission to be in your game. I'm not a VTuber yet. Fair. I'm a PNGuber with 0 videos and have my permission as well. Fuck yeah, let's go. I mean, okay. You know what? I'm in a really good mood. I'm going to spoil something. This is not a legal spoil. This is me spoiling something that is, been a secret in the game for a while. Yeah, you can see me. I'm opening up the hash files. Oh. What's this? It's secrets, and there's a secret character. Oh. Who's this? Ooh. Why is it still showing on the side? Fuck. There we go. There you go. That's your secret spoil for the day. Screenshotted leaked. Oh, you want another leak? Got fucking Matara's run animation done finally. And by the way, if you want, like, I will show this because this will just basically confirm something very, very clearly. If we go into, where the fuck is it? It's in photos? Yeah, photos, images, getting back into it. This. Oh, would you look at that? It's that old drawing I had if I ever wanted to be a VTuber. I drew that up. And it's really interesting because that thing's called Azu, and if we just randomly scroll down as much as I can to here, what is the reward at getting to the end of the credits? Looks good, but my screenshot missed by like a fraction of a second. Fair, fair. The wings are cool. I honestly, that piece of art I did, how long ago was this? Properties. Can I see when it was last? It was June 2022. So that was, technically I think I'd started the design for that like before I started streaming? Yeah. Been training some wild crows. They remind— fucking what? That's cool as shit. I'm sorry, what? You can't just say that like it's casual. That's fucking cool as hell. Holy shit. Man's out here fucking doing the cool shit, man. What the hell? Crush peanuts for wild crows on your way to university. That's fucking cool. Wild crows on your way to university? Bruh. All I got was depression. Made the salt. Dude, feel that too hard. That's fucking— oh man, y'all are fucking doing cool shit with crows. No, yeah, like I said. So can I actually talk to something that's really fucking sad? I remember having like, it was like 7 AM lectures in my previous degree, and let's pull up Pain for this, because like this is where we really get to show like a sad side for a moment. So everyone's got their problems with things. So where I lived, so this is where the university is. Here's like the city, and I lived up over here. Now this is not a smallish city. It's a smallish city comparatively. It's a fair few thousand people, right? So the problem was, so I had a bus stop right outside my house here, and it would go like here, down here, whoops. It's here, down here, 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 and then here, which is like where the center of the city is and the bus stop, sort of thing. Then I would take the bus from here, and it would basically just be straight to the university. The issue was, if I wanted to be there for my 7 AM class, I couldn't take that bus because that bus would be there too late. So I had to take the other part of this bus, which meant that I had to take a route that goes around here, around here, around here, goes up and down, goes all the way like out here, comes up here, goes to here, goes here, 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 and then stops like right over here and then goes up this way. I have to get off at the stop, wait over here for like 30 minutes to like 40 minutes, and then I would get there. I had to be taking the bus for like a fucking 8 AM lecture or 7 AM lecture at least 2 hours before I would need to be there. It was already like 20, 30 minutes on the normal route. What the fuck do you think this was like? This bus alone takes about 40 minutes to get to this location. It was awful. Sounds twice as bad as my transit times for uni. Yeah, like it was horrendous. The buses in my home city are garbage as fuck. Nobody liked them. Nobody liked them. We still shit on them to this day. Okay, so I need to do... Copy most of that. I have like a 10-minute walk to university from your uncle's house. Only one crossroad to walk. Oh my god. That makes me envious. I definitely envious of that. To be fair, I was, when I was studying that previous degree, it went from being able to go to the university easily as well to couldn't because, and this is the real telling part, I started university in 2019. Guess what happened that meant that I couldn't go to the university easily during my degree? And why we had to move almost all of it to online? I wonder. And now I don't know how to leave my house anymore. I hate it here. It didn't help that the degree I'm technically in the middle of taking a break from is 100% distance for me because it's up in Auckland, and I'm not going to live in Auckland. Fuck Auckland. All my homies hate Auckland. On breaks, I go to your uncle's for dinner. Man, that was the worst part with like how the distance I had is that if I had like even a 2-hour break, I couldn't justify going home. If I had like a 2-hour break between like lectures and tutorials and shit, I just couldn't go home because there was just no point. It'd be going home, be home for maybe like 20 minutes at most. Could barely even like make something to eat, let alone eat. And then I'd have to go again, and I'm not someone that travels very well. So the less bus time I had to take, the better. So yeah, I would just sometimes find somewhere to sit for like 2 hours at my university and just hate it. Hate it so much. It was definitely a little rough. Okay, get rid of... actually no, what we're gonna do... Oh, wait, I put that in the wrong location. It needs to be here. Yeah, there we go. Sounds rough. Yeah, I mean, it was like 3.5 years of that. Wasn't too bad at the end of the day, because like, what I showed you of that route, realized that I used to work at like the center of town. So I would have to do that, and sometimes I'd have to be there at like 5 AM. Or whatever, depending on the thing. So, it's rough. Now I have to reformat my OS. You motivated me to finish it. Nice. There's a small store called I'm not going to be able to pronounce that correctly. What the? That's okay. Near the university, and people go there often to eat. Ooh. That was one thing I always disliked, is we didn't have very many food places for school, for uni. Very like easily accessible because it was out of town. World of Pierogi. Pierogi? Pierogi. Trying my best. I apologize, I probably butchered it. Like the one in Cyberpunk. Gonna be honest, never played Cyberpunk very much. I really should though. I think, how far did I even get? I think I got to like open world and then I did like one mission of 2077. That was it. I know. Game wasn't very well optimized at the time. It had just been released and my computer ran it like pretty poorly. I've tried it a little bit since, but I've never actually played it. I do want to play it someday. Someday. It looks like a game that could be fun. Panam talks about it in her request and took me out because I know the place. It's actually kind of cool. I like that. I think that's the case of a lot of people, but it's like the scale is the difference thing, right? Because with New Zealanders, it's anytime New Zealand gets mentioned, we're like, woo, because it just hasn't been a thing in the world for a long time. People don't believe me when I say this, but there was a movie in, I want to say it was early 2000s or late 90s, was one of the first times New Zealand got added to a world map in a movie. And like, the entire New Zealand just had that moment of, oh my god, that's us. Is Linux good to access proprietary hardware features of an unknown machine? Interesting question. Proprietary hardware features of an unknown machine. So by unknown machine, you're not meaning... Yeah, I was about to say, it's like... He's hacking. Be aware. I'll say this now. If it's white hat, I'm happy to tell you. If it's black hat, I can't admit that I know anything. Always hack legally, people, because you don't want to get in more trouble than it's worth. I actually really liked Pirate Software's story about that one kid that hacked his community for ages. What? I got this laptop with a unique port, but the software only exists on utilize it. I don't want to use Wine to run it. I mean, the short answer always is with Linux, is that there is an answer because of the power Linux offers. You could just not use it. I mean, that's always the case, right? But like, it does depend. When you say unique port, that makes me think of, like, there's a couple of things I was thinking of. That's what I was looking for, thank you. Yeah, like, Linux is that thing of, there's almost always an answer. Whether you can find it easily, that's the difficulty. It's a modular laptop. Oh, dude. Well, partly, yeah. I hope we can get more modular laptops moving forward. It's genuinely, I think, the correct course of action. To start giving us more modular and stop making them so fucking, like, specific, because it causes more issues than it's worth, I think. But I understand the technology is not easy as well, right? Because we're talking about very minor, tiny pieces with very small overhead space. You're gonna make things as minimized as possible. But yeah, trying to think what the best... I love talking shop. I mean, I built my computer. This PC I'm running off, I built this back in like... I think it's like 2016, 2017. No, it wasn't 2017. It would have been like 2016, 2015. And I've upgraded it a few times since, but I do need to upgrade the... the problem is, and I've said this before on stream, so the problem with this PC is that I need to upgrade the CPU. The CPU is now lagging behind by quite a bit. To upgrade the CPU though, I'm gonna have to change the ports and stuff like that for everything, which basically means I'm gonna have to change the motherboard. Okay, so I need to replace the CPU and the motherboard. The problem is that I don't know if the PSU will handle an upgrade as well, so I'm probably going to have to replace the PSU. Okay, and then the graphics card's only a 1070, so I probably should upgrade that as well. Okay, I've just basically listed about 70% of the cost of an entirely new PC. So guess what I'm pretty much at the point of doing? In short, the answer is if I want to upgrade PC, I have to just upgrade to a new PC. That's the painful part. Like, a 1070 has gotten me very far, though. Actually, that should give you an idea. 1070 was fairly new when I built this. I remember when I got this PC put together, I blew everyone's mind away because I played Witcher 3, which was the big game at the time, and I fucking did it on the highest settings without issue. Alright. I'm collecting old free parts to make a new server, but it's hard to find old parts. Yeah, it can be. Nice. Yeah, like that dates this computer a lot, I feel. But that was like the case, right? Is the fact that I've upgraded it as much as I have a fair few times. The RAM's the main thing that's been upgraded. I think we're running on 32 gig RAM for memory, and then I've done a couple of tweaks to its cables, made some more optimizations. And yeah, different types of machines. See, that's the thing, is that I'm hoping in the nearest future I'll be able to get a second computer built to do a lot of the streaming and stuff, and I can use this as an offset point for a lot of things. Because I'm gonna be honest, even if I build like the fucking giga computer, I'm still gonna eventually run into a brick wall, especially as game dev. That's how it goes. I need to have as much overhead as I can. So having an entire computer as an overhead is pretty solid. Been talking a lot with a mate that's got all the, like, he's been building PCs more recently because I haven't built one since this. You got chat. It'll be very funny, right? Because I've already discussed with my mate, if we're going to build it, we're gonna probably build it on stream. So it will be like me and him just fucking like actually building a PC. We'll get all the parts first though. But yeah, it'll be interesting. I'll be there if I'm free. I don't know when it will be though. But oh wait, give me a second. I see if I can find the last build he did. It's so fucking wicked. There's nothing that's gonna show bad. Yeah, it'll be fine. This is the last PC he built. It looks a little rough because he was a bit rushed. But like, look at this fucking thing. Look at this fucking graphics card, man. What the fuck is this shit nowadays? That shit's wild to me, how fucking fat this bitch is. Like, look at that. Is that water cooling MC? I believe yes. I think that's what this fellow here is. It's a decent liquid cooling. He's definitely a fans person, mostly. Because there's 3, I can't remember the sizings, up the top here, 3 here, 2 down the bottom here, and then 1 here as well. Because you always want to overdo your cooling, if you can. Because it means that, especially with the CPU that he's got here, it's got auto calibration, so it will over push if there's temperature room. So if you... Basically, the short is, spend more on cooling, because it means that your overhead becomes higher, and it means that your processing will come up to the same level as what a higher processor would be. So it's normally the correct choice in the modern day with stuff. Fans are less maintenance and best efficiency relative to maintenance difficulty. Yeah, exactly. The the only reason that you normally want to reduce fan usage comparative to like liquid cooling, especially now, which is why you use it in part, is because of sound, right? My PC is perfectly quiet as fuck, so I've never had an issue, but that looks pretty, the PC. I mean, yeah, no, it's fucking gorgeous. I love that PC. That looks really good. That's why we're talking at the moment about, like, what would we do for me? Because it would become a question of, like, do I want to make this current PC, say, the stream PC, and then the other PC, the everything else PC? Because I do have a capture card, which is currently on the ground and behind my desk. It fell down at one point, and I've just not been asked to pick it up. So I could do that, and this PC would actually probably be fine if I stopped running a lot of my background tasks and only ran the Elgato video capture and the stream on it. It probably would be fine with that, and it means that I could play whatever I want and do whatever I want on my main computer. The problem with that is that would cap it out, so if we wanted to do anything else with that computer, there's a problem. So there's definitely equations that need to be kind of aligned and figured out of what I want to do with it all. So for now, we've only got that display thing. So how am I going to do this? I mean, I could just use this and then put in a term denoting. So just say full. Why bother doing that then? Just check for the name. There we go. So if I go back here. So if list. Sorry, I just realized I should probably get some of this stuff. There we go. Called a small VTuber a discount pirate software because she was drawing in paint while explaining her stuff. Started a mini 40-minute rant about Thor. Feels good. Dude, I still think one of my best badges of honor. I don't know how easy this is probably impossible to find at this point. Can I go? Is it verified would find it faster? There is a badge of honor I have. I actually screenshotted it at one point. No, this is all the conversations I had with Aura. God damn it, there's a lot of conversations I've had with Aura on... It's a lot of conversations I've had with Aura on here. God damn. No, I don't think it goes far enough back yet. Let's see. Okay. I wish there was an easy way to search your own, like, messages. Because I basically, at one point in time, I made a message that was just, I got called off-brand pirate software on stream today, and I've never had a moment of, like, such great honor, or something like that. And he actually liked it. And I was like, ha! Cool. Fucking one of my many people I look up to. Always cool to see that sort of stuff. But yeah, no, I definitely I definitely think that there's a lot of cool times with that. Let's see, what is the... Oh, this is just terms of service or something. Fuck off. I just got an email about terms of service. Ugh. I have a short as well talking about it, I think. It doesn't help that, like, I do game dev. I have long hair. I wear glasses. I have basically the same microphone that he does. I've got a deepish voice. And I use paint to explain some of my things. Like, I'm basically mini pirate software, or off-brand pirate software. Just... The only advantage I have over pirate software, and this is what I can take to the grave, is at least I can fucking grow a beard. You hear that, pirate software? You hear that, Thor? I can grow a beard. That's something I've got over you. And I will be glad that I can maintain that. You cannot take that away from me. His voice dropped in his 20s. My voice, by the way, I have the fucking best story. Yeah, the old voice, definitely. Well, it's because that's the thing, is your voice typically drops like a few times in your life, every few years. Every like 10, 20 years, it drops. But no, so this fun story about my voice is, and this is really great, I love this story. So I used to have like a high-pitched voice. I had really annoying teen voice through in high school. So I was in high school. Then I got braces. Well, we were doing like, they were fixing my teeth. Now, what they do for my one is they had multi-step. So what they first gave me was these things called blocks. And they're basically like giant chunks of plastic that go into your mouth over your teeth on either side, but they've got like a gap thing like this because my jaw was sitting in the wrong spot. So my jaw was too far back. So they had these things, if we do kind of like a side image, that did this to it. Now this is actually why, so this is actually where your teeth is. This is the plastic here. This is why I actually naturally don't have my teeth come together. I have to put a lot of effort to actually do that. They naturally have a gapping space between them. Now, the thing is, I would have to keep these in basically 24/7. But every once in a while you have to take them out to clean them. I normally would just obviously clean them, yada yada yada, and put them back in. One time, I took them out. So, these are out of my mouth. Everyone's very used to teen voice, like this. I took these out. Someone asked me a question while I was cleaning them. And you know what immediately happened? This voice you hear today. I went 100% perfectly, just transitioned because of this. They asked for ID, yeah. But like that was the case. I was still in high school, but it was just pure and simply, I went with these blocks in, I had my higher pitch voice, yeah, and then I immediately went to this. And like, this was someone that knew me very, very well. Like, I think at the time, I take them out, I respond to the question, and both of us just were like, hang on a fucking moment. What? And we then just played around with the voice for a bit because it's just like, holy shit, my voice has dropped this fucking deep from like, to this. It is like, what the fuck happened? So I never actually went through like any voice breaking or anything like that, and everyone was very disappointed because everyone around me is like, all that stuff, and then just all of a sudden, no, I'm just this. My friend, instead of dropping voice, he, in late teens, he just got a permanent voice crack. Oh, it's gotta be annoying. Oh, I could see that being an unpleasant experience. So yeah, I definitely expect that, like, as I grow older, or like hit 40s or something like that, my voice is gonna drop again, and it's gonna be really funny. Like, that's the fun part, is I actually think my voice now is actually more similar to what Thor's was back in his, like, early days of streaming. My voice still cracks. I feel like everyone's does. Like, it never truly goes away, because it's just sometimes you get, like, your throat's caught off guard. It's not lubricated well enough or something. You never knew. But yeah, I always found that, always fun. Hey, Adventure Fox. I'm 23 and mine is pretty solid. I mean, you'll still find that like every few months or something like that, you'll start a conversation, the first word you try and say, because you haven't had any talking in a while, would potentially mess up. I mean, that's the thing, right, is the first thing you say in the morning's almost always going to have a voice break to some regard, unless you prepare for it, or have actually like been drinking and well hydrated, imagine. Maybe sounds weird with accent in different language and stuff. Yeah, that's always a point. Maybe it's more prevalent in like my accent and dialect when I have a voice break. Especially knowing that I didn't have them when I was younger. I still find that really funny. I cannot stress enough how much I find that just a very entertaining fact to be able to say to that. So I need, which one is again? It is this. We need for to be fair, what was it? There's a few languages that like bring out a very interesting accent in my in me. I don't know why. I know Japanese brings out a very interesting accent, and I know I go a lot. Oh good lord, my voice is dying. I know I go a lot deeper with my Japanese most of the time. Deeper and less gravelly, so weirdly. What's a good markup that I can do off the top? Boku no namae wa Maris desu. Right, like I feel like maybe it's not deeper, but it's definitely smoother. I lose a lot of the gravel in my voice, which is apparently a very Kiwi trait for how you speak. You have a lot of that kind of. Speaking more languages makes perception of language trippy. To be fair, this is something I love listening to, is hearing like bilingual growing up people. Like growing up with like a bilingual household or something like that, and them explaining what the language they think it is. When speaking a second language, people tend to speak in a higher octave or key. That's not an incorrect statement to an extent. There's a lot of weird aspects to it. So this is where I actually point at my, the linguistic stuff that I did with, during my degree. I really found this fascinating. Multiple languages knowledge creates these kind of drawers of information, and it's how the way you access that phonic knowledge. That's why like certain languages transition to other languages better. In New Zealand, if you actually got better teaching for te reo, which is the Maori native language, you were actually better at learning something like Japanese or a lot of Asian languages. Cause you have a different vocabulary that you pull on that has a very similar form of articulations. Te reo, I can't remember any good te reo conversational points. But like, what's it? Just the way that the vowels are pronounced are basically the same. It's just how they're chained together is a little different. But Te Reo is a really cool language. But we learned it a little bit when we were younger, mainly in like primary school. And then, yeah, it helped me learn Japanese much later down the line. I really should get back into my Japanese language learning, because I really do think it's a skill that would be very beneficial, especially if I'm working on VTuber related things, because there tends to be a lot of Japanese tie-in. And I think it would be really cool. But I will openly say, if you're ever expecting me to do like another language for this game, I know how to do that shit. It's gonna be a fucking nightmare, but I'm also not gonna be the one to write it. I'll get someone else to do it. Depends on the language I'm speaking, but yeah, I mean, that's how it goes, right? This amount of time difference in sound duration is the thing. I'd help you translate. That sounds... I'm gonna say this now. I'd love to translate the game. I think it would be really cool, but fuck me, it would take a lot of implementation process. I'm gonna avoid it for now. Don't have the fonts for it as well. That's actually the fun part. If I pull up fonts, because this is the font we have, I would need a completely new font for Japanese, obviously, because it's a character thing, right? But I know the process. It would just be creating much grander documentation behind the scenes. Much grander stuff. Okay, no longer -10. And then I think it's just do 21. And then I need to pull this. Because I think from memory, when it comes to adding a language thing, you basically need to make text documents. Or a document that you put all the information in, and then you just make everything else a... So what would change about all of this is, instead of writing, say, play here, this would be writing identifying the location of the data. So the, say, a position in array is the best example I can give. Position and array, and then you'd need to ensure that like all of your documentation that has language stuff keeps that consistent, and it's always in the same locations. So you'd probably want to make like an actual format thing for it, and that's what you'd do. That's how you'd approach that. I don't want to do that. I'm quite content the way I have it at the moment. It would be a nightmare to write all the rest of the documentation for it. For me, at this stage. Okay, let's see if this crashes the game. I expect it probably will. I don't know. We'll see. I'd use a spreadsheet for storing the data, each column being a different language. The problem is, by doing that, you create one really large document and it becomes really hard to read. That's actually the big thing with coding, is most of the time you want to avoid... I can make efficient code, but if I can't read it, then it's not good code, right? So it's the same argument there. That's why I'm saying like the separate documents and creating a consistent formatter for it would be probably the better bet, but I might be wrong on that. Okay, so the click space isn't right for it. Also, yeah, it doesn't seem to be right. Interesting. Damn, understandable. I mean, like, again, it's not shooting down the idea. It's just that's kind of where, like, it becomes a difficult thing for it. Localized generation of info is generally better with current architecture. Yeah. It's because this is where it comes down to, is that, yeah, at the end of the day, do you want to know why the languages that are used most is because they're most readable to the user, to the developer. That's what you want to do. At the end of the day, this game's a great example of this. I could make this way more efficient than some of the stuff I have, but I have a lot of, like, error checking that doesn't need to be done if I did the code correctly. I know, it sounds weird. It's the rule of thumb, right? If I just did it correctly, why would I need to rewrite it? Like, well, it's because that shit don't work first time, ever. Okay, so we remove this bit. I think that's what I need to remove. Also, new hardware brings new bugs. Yeah, that's always a thing. I remember writing a small program to organize and help me at work. It worked, and after using it for a week, decided to expand it a little and give it to my co-workers. Small addition broke everything. Yep. Bug bounties are a thing. Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I think I've talked about this a little bit. So this isn't working the way I wanted to. I've talked about this, yeah, a little bit at the overall, but, like, this UI is that exactly. It's me, because this is the old UI here, and this is just not working, and it's not readable enough for me. So I've been struggling with it a lot, and now I'm at a point where I have confirmation from the person that was working on the UI. They're not going to be able to work on it pretty much at all, which is fine. They've helped me out a lot to this point. So now I'm taking the knowledge I've gained from that other UI and the knowledge I've gained since doing UI stuff myself, and we're making this. And so far, I mean, the fact is that this options menu is arguably a lot more robust, just foundationally alone, which is a big thing. So that's always an important part to consider. Remove that. It's a don't touch or everything explodes, better to start from scratch kind of thing. Yeah, it's kind of that case. It's the networking for it is just a little rough at this point, so I would prefer to reconstruct it. Is this what I'm missing? That is what I was missing. Cool. Okay, fix that. That's cool. Though that was just a visual thing anyway. Why are you not working? So point and rectangle is not correct. Yeah, okay. So starting point should be here. Just to make sure it's working. Y starting point is here. And then the painful part is Y final point is this plus 20. And then it's this plus 20 as well. Let's see if this works. What have I missed? I've missed something in the list here. Yep, I see. There we go. But yeah, it's, I mean, game development's also not too difficult. Oh, for God's sakes, I fucking missed another thing, haven't I? Game development's not too difficult nowadays, all things considered. Yeah, it's all inside here. What did I miss up? Point and rect. Ah, here we go. Does that fix it? So that's the X. That's the Y. That's the X. That's the Y. There we go. Alright. Figured it out. But yeah, game dev's a lot easier nowadays to get into, at the least. Whether you'll be successful in it, that's the million-dollar question. Not everyone is, but, you know. Interesting. That visual part's also still broken. But the full screen, that's not working at all. Ah, that's probably why, isn't it? Man, you know, sometimes I'm just really smart, right? I'm not smart. I'm very stupid. Spicy. Alright, so what line to this? Ah, yeah. Big stupid energy. love it. I still love like the ongoing meme about programmers. Oh shit, that broke the stream. A little bit there. That's interesting. Keep that in mind. Game not likey. Okay. Game not likey full screeny. Got it. Thought I'd lost connection. No, game not liking full screen. Got it. Got it. Also, this needs to not be hold. This needs to be click. It's gonna help it out a little bit. I guess it's not used to having to do the full screen thing. Just went to the other room and just heard the stream the distance. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Wish I had the fucking, what is it on Twitch? It's the not like this image that comes up. Whatever. Not like this. No. Gotta love it. Alright, okay. Yeah, that one. I'm pretty sure, doesn't that come up when your stream goes offline on Twitch? I think that might, right? It's like a blue cyan screen with like a cross thing in it, a cross through recording thing. I can't remember. I've seen it a few times in a few different places. But it does? Okay, yeah. I thought so. I've not been on many situations where I would have seen it, admittedly. Let's see if we crash the stream a little bit again. I want to see if this is like consistently a problem. No, okay. But it doesn't show up on stream for a little moment or two. That's fine. Yeah, no, it was just a little bit of kinks in the system. That's cool. It's full screening. I love that. That's so fucking cool. Dude, full screen game now. You can see all of the weird pixel problems that I really hate in much more detail. Oh yeah, by the way, this is currently under construction. That's kind of cool though. I'm happy with that. So we'll need to fix the initial issue with this. So it looks like if we go to options and press display, it'll come up as back sometimes. Interesting. Why? Because it should just break out, no? Unless it needs to be done here. Let's see. Why is this displaying weirdly? Because I want to know which one's selected at the time. Yeah, so it's the wrong one. It looks like it almost flicks through all of them. Why is it flicking through all of the options? It's 'cause it should break, no? Unless... Because this value shouldn't be getting changed at all. No. It is not changed at all. And it only happens for the first time. Because afterwards it seems to be correct each time. Why are you inconsistent? Why are you inconsistent programming? Why are you like this? Because if we go here, press accessibility, it's audio, but if we go here, display, access, control, it's fine. Go back to that, and it does it again. Option hold. These should be the only 2 times this kind of value is affected. So let's try mucking with it here. And then ripping this out and putting it here instead. After the case. So it should be always absolute, no? No, it's still having the issue. But it seems more consistently on audio. Yeah, it's consistently on audio, so it's consistently resetting to 0, which makes sense. That's very strange, actually. Oh, that's probably why, because I'm a moron. Me too. Programming, everybody. This is the best part of it. You either feel like God or you feel like the stupidest man in existence. Yeah, would you look at that? It all of a sudden works. It's genuinely the effects of programming are so wild on the psyche. I would love to see it studied more. You go from like peak fucking euphoria after fixing a bug to actually the stupidest person on the planet. How am I even able to breathe? I have to figure this out. Oh no. Oh, I hate that shit, man. I'm kind of glad it's because everyone's yelled at me for this in some regard. I'm still on Windows Fuck, I don't even know which Windows I'm on anymore. It's like Windows 10 or something. I've not updated Windows in a long time. Like, to the next version. I've been updating, because there's no reason not to update. You should always update your fucking computer, get your drivers and shit. If you... Okay, can I just say, this is one of the things I fucking hate about, like, some of the VTubers and shit, is, like, that's their tech issue. They just don't turn their computer off or update, and they're like, no, but it's scary. And it's like, bro. You wonder why your games are buggy? You wonder why this is broken? Guess what? It's drivers! Programmers are either cave gremlins or mountain ogres. I like that. My question is, which am I? Am I a gremlin or an ogre? I want to know. I want to know that. Some live in the basement, some live in the attic. I'm like, New Zealand don't have a fucking either of those, which is annoying. We definitely don't have basements here. It's fucking painful. It's the difficult part of it all. I've been both. I'm a hybrid. Hell yeah. Oh, I mean, it's... To be fair, this might say a lot about me. So I have the curtains closed next to me. I basically never open them. It's daytime right now. It's almost 10 a.m. So I don't open them. Even when I've turned off stream, I'll just sit here in the dark, because at the moment I have the light above me and a desk lamp on. Like, I'm actually, here's me covering over the lamp. There's a reason why I have the desk lamp on, otherwise you would not see me. Like, look how bad this is if I turn at least this off. Ah, yes. I am one of the mystics in the cave. Like, you wouldn't see me. I already cover enough of my face with my goddamn microphone. I don't need to cover my face with shadow as well. Photons damage computers, so it makes sense. That is like the worst valid argument. I love that. Nah, the truth is, I'm actually just a vampire. Like any good programmer, like interacting with the sun is lethal. To some capacity. It's the one thing we have in common with VTubers. The difference is that they're more afflicted by the allergy of grass, is the problem. I can touch grass, I just can't exist in the sunlight. They just can't touch grass, they're allergic to it. Gonna throw that shade. Look, at least I'm not... You wanna know the worst part, right? As I heard fucking... I was watching Pirates Software Thor's stream the other day. I fucking hate every time someone brings up the whole food thing, where he classifies everything as a soup, a sandwich, or a Wellington. I fucking hate it. I hate it so much. It just actually... That brings out a primal rage in my body. Because it makes sense, right? His argument has validity, but it's stupid as fuck. It's aggravating. My friends gave me a nickname that was the vampire. Nice. I mean, fun fact, I still think my favorite nickname I was ever given was the one I was given while I was in Japan. Right? So if you ever wonder why people refer to me as Iza, it's because for the longest time, my profile names and stuff like that was Izanagi. Yes, you might go, Izanagi, isn't that this or that? So, first of all, I'm going to say I'm confused whenever I hear it referred to in Naruto, because I don't know the Izanagi in Naruto. No fucking idea who the fuck that is. No, mine is in relation to the Shinto god. the original Izanagi or Okami, right? You want to know why I got that name? Oh, you seem like you seem so like you built all of the good things in the world. So you must be Izanagi. Basically, the fucking friend was, you're an arrogant asshole that thinks you're right and good and everything good with the world. So you'll, so you nicknamed me after the god of creating everything good and right with the world. Needless to say, I fucking loved that. That was so funny to me. And it became my nickname for a lot of things. Still is one of my more prevalent nicknames. That sounds about right, yeah. Everyone that knows me well knows that about me as well. Like, I've always been a bit of an egotistical ass. I'm definitely a lot better nowadays, but yeah, I do have my moments. I mean, I stream. Do you think I don't have an ego? My nickname was, which basically means handy. Ah. The origin of the name was me catching so in my hands repeatedly. That's a pretty cool though origin for the name. Ego is for noobs, fair. Fair. I mean, nowadays I'm a lot better with just kind of like boosting myself. I don't need an ego. I don't need to compare myself to others. If I could sit there all day comparing myself to others, again, like Thor is a great example. I would spend so much of my time comparing myself to Thor, and I'm just, why would I? Why would I? I'm me. I'm not Thor. I've got a beard. He doesn't. I'm already better. And yes, that is my only thing I have over him, okay? Let me have this. But it is an important thing to learn, is that just like, while you can learn from other people and be competitive with them, don't let that dictate your entire person. It's not worth it. Competition is healthy when it's healthy. Don't let it rule your life. Important things to learn. Honestly, you look like kind of bigger Thor with a beard. To be fair, if I recall correctly, if I wasn't actually like basically starving myself, I would actually be just a big version of Thor, because I'm still slouching. My shoulders are very naturally like wide and they fall to my sides. Like I'm slouching a lot. There's a reason why I got in a lot of trouble when I was younger. And it doesn't help that one of my favorite ways to dress is to wear a dress shirt with a vest and have the like it unbuttoned a little bit and then the collar out to the side. So I just look like I'm a mafia or a yakuza. And to even add to that, give me a second. You wanna know my sunglasses I have? So imagine a dude in a suit walking around with these. Big shoulders out wide, walking along, arms on their sides. Especially when I wasn't starving myself and I was working out. Pretty fucking muscly arms. And I would always roll up my sleeves to kind of about elbow thing, so you would see all of that. Needless to say, there's a reason why I got in a lot of trouble, like I said. A lot of people like picking fights with someone that looks like they're, like that. Needless to say, I've seen a lot of broken noses in my time, including my own. Quite a few times, in fact. Ugh, but violence is never okay, people. Unless it's in a video game, and then commit all of the worst monstrosities you can, because it's funny. It's the reason I play Warframe. I love committing war crimes. Okay, it's gonna be an out of context statement. Gotta love it. That's the fucking beauty of video games, though. It's optional, not necessary. Yeah, but... That's like that whole stealth is optional. It's like, so what I'm hearing, loads fucking RPG. What I'm hearing... I got the Excalibur Prime. Oh, I didn't pay back then. I should have paid back then. To be fair, I'm not playing on the original account I started on. So even if I paid back then, I wouldn't have it on this account. And that's the painful part. Imagine 3 6 feet tall guys in tracksuits walking through the streets talking, and you might assume is Russian. One of them is bald, one is fat, buff. Me and my friends in Italy. Oh god. That's yeah, I understand that really well because that's basically me and my friends when I was younger sometimes. Oh yeah, no, it's so easy. Sounds like the crew, it really does. I still think it's so good though. But that's how it goes, right? It's like, you fucking look like delinquents super easily nowadays, whereas, like, you're not. Well, I can't say I wasn't. At the best times. That's the point, right? Judging an exterior. It's always how it goes. Like I said though, I can't say shit. I basically was a delinquent when I was younger, so definitely not in the right space to say nope. God, what the fuck is those emotes? Wait, give it a moment. There it is. One of the boys got drunk and started a fist fight with a bus stop. He lost. God, that reminds me of all the times my friend tried to fight the ground. Yeah, it never went well for him. I would too, you know what? Knowing some of the bus stuff, yeah. Fuck you, public transport. Do better. God fucking damn it. I do love that about, like, some of that stupid stuff sometimes. And now look at me, I'm a weeb game div. What would you believe that? That's something I talk about on, like, one of the Discord servers I'm on every once in a while. It's just, like, the weirdness that it is. Like, I grew up in such a, like, intense way. And just, it's so weird comparative to, like, now. It's just, I literally have this on my desk. Like, I have my little herder figure. And it spins. Where's the button for it again? I think this is cool as shit. When I was a kid, I would throw rocks at people. That's not fucking comparable. Kids are stupid. Gotta love that. I mean, fuck, I'm drinking out of... I'm drinking out of, like, most weeby comic booky fucking cup thing. Oh, yeah. Dude, kids are fucking stupid. Including me. I would be the kid who gets messed up for having it. See, I don't know what this says about me. I didn't have that kind of money, so I couldn't even consider that shit. I did get into... I stand by this. I got into anime at like the end of high school. And it was purely because, I still remember this really well. So at the end of high school, let's just purge all of these fucking... Nah, I can't go all the way back. Okay. Start a new one. It's easier. So, at the end of high school, I had a friend in the computer stuff that I would work with. Right? So, here's him. Here's me. Sitting at the computers. Right? So, we're sitting at the computers. One time, I saw him, like, looking up some anime shite, and I was like, what the fuck is that? And I got reminded of a series. Now, I couldn't remember the series at the time. And I asked him, hey, do you know the series? Because you're an anime fan, so clearly you know all anime, which is kind of not inaccurate at the time, but... And he goes, okay, so what is the anime, like, what is the anime about? I'm like, oh, it's kind of this and that. He's like, well, have you tried, like, Googling one of the characters for it? I'm like, that's stupid. And he's like, well, try it. So I Googled, and I've shown this, and it still works, by the way. I Googled pink hair anime girl with cat ears and what was it? I think it was just that. I was like, there's no fucking way this is gonna turn up with it. Right? It's just the stupidest fucking Google ever. But this is really early on, mind you, on anime stuff. And guess what? On the webpage, on Google Images, had all the images there. Third image along. What's this? Want to know what the series is called? It's Tokyo Mew Mew. It's Ichiko, I think is her name. I can't remember what her fucking English name. I knew the series as Mew Mew Powers because that's what I watched, because I just randomly watched that on TV. But that was, yeah, it's Tokyo Mew Mew. And this was back in the era where, like, the only way to get anime was watched on fucking YouTube. Especially in New Zealand, because anime just wasn't available. So what I did was I watched through the English version, the Mew Mew Powers, on YouTube at the time. And I got through it, and I'm like, huh, why is there this version of it? Over here, like, so there's these two playlists for it that I'm seeing. One is in English, and it's like 12 episodes long. And then there's this other one that looks like it's Japanese, and it's called slightly different. It's called Tokyo Mew Mew instead of Mew Mew Powers. And it's got like 20-something-ish episodes. What's the difference between these? And I found out that, yeah, this was a dubbed version that was localized heavily, and they never finished it. So I went and watched this. Welcome to the first Japanese anime I ever watched. It's Tokyo Mew Mew. And that got me into anime. God fucking damn it. I started watching anime when first season of Attack on Titan just premiered. At least I thought younger. I watched Bakugan, Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, yeah, like that's the argument there. Is like I watched Pokemon, Bakugan, Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, I could name a whole bunch of different ones that were all originally like anime and shit. Dragon Ball. I watched a bit of Dragon Ball. All that stuff, right? But yeah, no, this was my introduction into anime. Was Ichiko. From this. Then like a bit after this, I got recommended what did I get recommended? I had someone show me the first episode of Bleach, and I was like, I'm not really really interested in this so far. Then I watched a couple of things. Trying to think of the things I watched though. I know I watched Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. That was pretty early on. And that really hooked me into anime. Toradora was a big one. As well. That introduced me to Slice of Life, which is still one of my favorites. Sword Art Online, I had that pretty early on, and I enjoyed the first arc of it. Didn't really like the second arc. Didn't enjoy the Gun Gale arc at all. And then there was the later arc where it was of the second season, basically, where it was all like the sub stories, and I fucking loved the Yuki arc. That was awesome. And then after that, I just kind of like started watching anything I could get my hands on. So Fate, Bleach. I did eventually watch through all of Bleach at the time, the 366 episodes. Never really have watched Naruto outside of like a movie or two and an episode or two. And One Piece I've only ever seen highlights for. One day I'll change that. Bleach did not end well. I know how Bleach ends in the comics, and I gotta say the baseline anime did not end great, but the Blood War stuff does look pretty good. SEO liked the first season, disliked the second season, liked Gun Gale, kind of like the rest, but could be yeah. No, that's fair. I think Alicization was pretty good. I did watch the early stuff of Alicization, the first season of it or whatever, the first part. I've watched all of that, and I stand by. The series was great while we had the other boy, the blonde boy that was Kirito's friend. That was fucking great. And when they like killed him off, the way they killed him off was so undeserving. I was so disappointed in the series at that point. Like I couldn't keep up with it. So it was kind of weak when they wandered to the audience. Yeah. I've heard a lot of negativity about some of the more recent stuff, and the fact that like he's gone back and rewriting it from Asuna's perspective is kind of interesting. He has improved in writing skill like a lot since the early SAO, so it would be kind of cool. Yugo. Is that his name? Okay. But yeah, no, Alicization I think was a panda. Yeah. But I think Alicization was a pretty good arc from what I saw. I do think it's really funny that basically the summary of that was gamers rise up. We are oppressed. I fucking love that. That's just kind of funny to me. I will one day get to that. I still kind of one day want to watch through like One Piece as well. But like, there's so much to watch nowadays. I have a rule, and this is always a rule that pisses a lot of people off, so I'm going to say this now. If you ever wonder, I maybe watch like one anime as it's airing, then the rest of the time I'm pretty much always waiting till the season ends, and then I binge through a bunch. That's what I'm doing at the moment, is I'm watching through the last seasons of animes finally. I've been doing that for the last 2 weeks, and I've gone through like 5 or 7 of them so far. Watched my favorite one, which completely ruined my productivity of that day. I think this is even a tweet I made a joke about, which is I don't normally have anime on my main monitor. I tend to have it on my second monitor and like do some design stuff on my first one. But Oshi no Ko is possibly one of the best anime out there, and that second season. Oh god, I love it. That's some good shit. If you ever wanted to know, I loved like Code Geass and shit because of like how intricate shit got. Incest is not my jam, that's fair. But Oshi no Ko, man, the writer for that understands a really cool way of conveying conveying human difficulties. I heard that it goes bad after a while, Oshinoko. I'm gonna be honest, the people that are saying that are looking at specific things, and that those things are just turn-offs to them. Overall, the series is fine, it's great, it's really fucked up. If you don't like certain elements, that's fine. I'm not gonna get too far into it because I'm fairly up to date on my knowledge still. Like, I do pay attention to the leaks of chapters and shit. I don't read because I kind of like the watching of it, but I saw the first 4 episodes. Yeah, and from that you'll probably realize that there's not really any incest going on. It's not a major plot point. There is some of stuff later that is a bit on it, but water drowns, fire burns. Yeah, it's so good though. So good. I love it a lot. Again, not a show for everyone. I 100% agree that it's not a show for everyone. And that's why I say, like, people that say they have an issue with it or something, like, they say it gets worse, that's because there's 1 or 2 things that the story does that isn't okay in their books, and that's fine. If there is a, like, that, you have a box that if it gets ticked, you're saying no to it, cool, that's fine. If it does that, that's the case. The problem is I don't really have that list. I watch anything and everything, so I've watched some really bad shit in my time. But that's because I like doing that because it gives me perspective. Very rarely do I find, like, I use the ranking system that, like, 7 is an average and then, like, going below 5 is really bad. And very few shows go below 5, but I have watched a few shows that go below 5. But yeah, no, like, Oshinoko is definitely, like, a solid 10 out of 10 for me. I watched Demon Slayer before it got popular, and when it got popular, I lost motivation to watch further. That's fair. I understand that a lot. It's actually kind of why I've never watched Attack on Titan. Because I wanted to wait till, like, enough hype is dieted down around it and it's just over so I can watch it all on my own. Recently caught up to date. I think I'm behind by a season at the moment. And I'm definitely excited to see where it goes. I know how it ends. I have been spoiled for it all. But I'm definitely still interested to see where it goes. Which is always the difficult thing, because, like, I've said this before, spoilers for shows and books and all that stuff, there's a fine line with acceptability of them. For me, honestly, if you want to get me into something, you normally have to spoil me a little. Just because, like I said with Game of Thrones earlier, right? The first episode I ever watched of Game of Thrones was the Purple Wedding where Joffrey dies. That was the only episode I had ever watched. I'd never really watched anything from it at that point. That was the first thing I saw. I fucking fell in love and I watched everything, like I binged watched at that point through Game of Thrones. I gave up when, like, I know the last episode I watched, Tyrion had just met up with Daenerys. And that was the end of when I'd watched because I was waning at that point. And that's kind of their point, right? It's like, it's okay to stop watching. I just got bored and I couldn't be bothered watching it because I could see the deterioration in writing. And I could see the value of watching was no longer there. But I very rarely want to drop shows unless they're really, really big and really long like that. Because one time I did drop a show and I regretted it later. Do you want to know what show this was? So I watched a show for 10 episodes and I was like, man, this shit is just incest. This is really, really boring to me. I'm not really enjoying this. It's just kind of stupid. I then later read the manga for it and was like, holy shit, this is way more interesting. Did I not give this a better shot? Went back and watched the first few episodes. I'm like, no, it kind of was what I saw, and it still was like this in the manga. I just didn't give it the next 2 episodes, which is when it started really picking up. This was a regular at Magic High. Do do I think that, like, there is barriers to entry with certain shows like that. Again, if you don't like incest, really don't like it, yeah, you probably won't want to watch it. But for me, I loved that show. Well, loved the manga at the very least. It was very good. But I still stand by, so there's one show in particular I was introduced to fairly early on that always, like, set the standard for me for why I could just kind of brute force past hearing about the, like, weird incestuous trend in Japan, which was, Rudaku no Cavalry? No Chivalry of a Fallen Knight is what the English is for it. Rakudai Kishi no Cavalry. That's it. That one shifted how I looked at that stuff really well, because it actually explained it finally in a way that no other story has. Which, so there's an interaction between one of the gay friend, like the gay friend and the sister of the main character. And he basically says, you know this is taboo, right? And she's like, yes. And he's like, are you still gonna love him? Yes, because I truly do care about him. I saw him devoid of love and treated like shit, and feelings fostered that were family-like, but then it grew further. And I was like, you know what? This makes sense. Logically speaking, that's kind of a situation of like an inverted Stockholm syndrome, where like you are part of an individual's captors, treating someone like shit, you eventually feel for them, you feel empathy, and those feelings can develop further. Do I think it's, like, morally acceptable? No, but at least I now have an understanding that makes sense in my head, and I can look past it a little bit. Do I think, again, does it justify it in most stories? God, no. I think it's, like, egregious in a lot. But that's kind of the point I say, is I still don't give a shit. Stockholm, yeah, like, it's that sort of concept, but inverted, right? And that's what's important to acknowledge. You as an individual, you can put up your barriers. It's okay if something's not cool for you. What I get really annoyed at is when you don't bother to communicate that well with another person. What I mean by this is, like, so for when I was living at the old place with my ex and our friend and the head tenant, I would often be the person to put stuff on because I had most of the apps and shit, right? And I could find things faster and easier. I put on one movie and the flatmate got really irritated by something in it and stormed off. And I got kind of annoyed by that because I was happy to go watch something else if need be, or anything like that. And I feel like shit now. It's like, okay. So I go and ask them later, what pissed you off about it? It's like, oh, I don't like this. And it's like, okay. But that was a very minor part. Would you be willing to watch something like that if it got better later? And it's like, and all those things. And it's just like, stop trying to make me want to watch it. I'm like, I'm not trying to. I'm trying to gauge where you stand on these things so I can better find things to watch. If you don't want this situation to occur, put something forward to watch. But none of y'all fucking do. I have to keep finding shit. If I don't find something that you guys enjoy, I feel like shit. It's the same with the food and everything. Like, that was the issue with that place, is that, like, nobody actually communicated when they had a problem, and just, like, fucking just didn't bother. So with the lack of communication, it eventually fell apart. That's definitely a big key issue. It's too real. Yeah, and, like, that's what gets annoying about that stuff. So that's why I do stand by. If I find something that I don't like, I will explain why I dislike it, right? Like, I'll kind of go through my reasoning, because then that way the other person can, like, get where I'm coming from, and then also maybe not recommend something similar in the future, right? Like I've said before, I tend to dislike shooter games, right? I'm not a huge shooter game fan, but I'm willing to play them from time to time. It's because I played a lot of tournaments as well when I was younger, but I'm not anywhere near as good nowadays. And I don't like it. You're a time traveler from the future? God damn it. I'm not a time traveler from the future. But that's just, yeah, that's an important thing, right? You gotta hedge your bets, gotta gauge these sorts of things. Because it's all good if you and your friend that absolutely love almost all the same stuff, you have one thing they like, you have one thing they dislike, and then the other inverse. That's cool. It's all good. Everyone's different. For me, he's a time traveler from 10 seconds ago. The delay, that's... To be fair, technically speaking, I am a time traveler. I'm like easily 12 hours ahead of most people watching. New Zealand time zone. Ha 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 ha. When it's 10:30 a.m. on the Thursday, the 17th. Figure out your difference in time from that, people. It's almost midnight for you? Exactly. That's why I say, like, it's almost always like about 12-hour difference. Because it's either Europe or America, and America's like fucking ages ago. So I'm from the future. But yeah, it's energy density usually equates to greater time difference. Oh god. But yeah, it's an interesting one though to like think about like why you dislike something. Because that's another thing that's really hard. He's got a nuke, yeah. It's really hard to like gauge if someone will truly like or dislike something. I always hedge my bets with that shit where I kind of go like, hey, I enjoyed this. If you kind of like this stuff, you might enjoy it. I do get annoyed that I have a friend of mine that's like notorious for always playing stuff or watching stuff at a delay when I recommend it to him, or he doesn't until like eventually he does and he's like, oh, this is really good. I'm like, you motherfucker. I hate this. I hate this because you're like, oh, this is really good. You should watch it. I'm like, I was the one that recommended that to you like a year ago. We've all got that one friend, right? Gotta have some sleep, have fun with the programming, or at least don't lose your sanity. I don't have any sanity. What do you mean? Imagine I got in beta tests. Hell yeah, nice. But yeah, catch you later, Pink Devil. Have fun. But yeah, fucking yeah, I think we've all got that one friend where you've recommended them like a show once or twice, they've never watched it, they watch it like a year or two down the line and they're like, wow, this is the best shit ever, I love this shit. It's like, just do what I recommend, fuck you. I'm always objectively correct. Listen to me. No, I'm not that bad. Kind of bad sometimes. This one. I'm never subjectively valid. God damn it. Auto-targeting. I need to turn this into a global variable. In fact, we need to turn it into a special global variable. I hate reinstalling OS. That's fair. That is very fair. I am right there with you. Done it a good number of times now for other people, and I always hate it. You do your UI rewrite. It's the first exercise today. It's what we're doing at the moment. That's forking. Nice. So we need to change this on here. Auto targeting. What's the progress? Well, we've progressed. Incredible, right? So it's a great, great description. But, yeah, I mean, that's gonna be the difficult part, is the progress is just, it's... But we have it, exactly. In an ideal world, I'd have a perfect air gap with the best writing system control ports, but I got an SD card and a USB cord. Yeah, that sounds about right. The pain, I feel it. Save data. Do I call it save data? Do I seriously call my fucking option stuff save data? The fuck's wrong with me? I am a special kind of stupid, huh? Me too, yeah. And then I need to, it's right reel settings, and then it's setting, auto targeting, global variable targeting. There. I do with a sport cam with a micro SD. Oh god. Man, remember cameras, like physical cameras? The cheap digital ones that you'd get all the time? SD cards in those. Ugh. Fuck, I remember when you put film in those. Fuck, I remember disposable cameras. Are they still a thing? Do people even know what a disposable camera is? That makes me sad. I was actually part of the... I know how to develop film. Same. I remember doing that when I was younger. Nah, I fucking... had a bit of the conversation on Aura stream this morning, which is like, if you were born after Shrek, I call you a Shrek baby, and I refuse to acknowledge that you can be in your 20s. I can't. I can't, man. It fucks me up. How can you be born after 2001 and be able to be in your 20s, man? This shit's wild. Ow. Oh. Lols, I'm in the oh god. Disposable camera. Yeah. Penguins from Madagascar show. Oh my god, I remember that stuff. The fucking Penguins from Madagascar like series. That shit was fucking... The throws of it all. Yeah. Dude, it's wild. It's It doesn't help that, like, immediately I said that and I got called out by Aura and everyone else going, but isn't your name Malith the Old Man? You need to accept that you're old at some point. I'm like, no, I'm just old. I don't need to accept it. Gee, I should use BOS. I mean, that's fucking how I grew up. Good old DOS computers, man. I still remember. Told about this before. I still remember one of the first games I played was that you put the floppy disk in, travel through the computer to get and open up Thomas the Tank Engine pinball game. Yeah! Malith is 60 mentally, dude. I dread to think what my mental age might be. Back in my day. Fucking, yeah, I do live constantly by saying that. I hate it. Back in my day, when, like, it was 5-cent pieces in New Zealand, they got removed, and now it's only 10 cents, and then they changed all the coins. It was wild. I still remember for like years finding 5-cent pieces in my pockets. Fucked me up. Hold escape for BOS? Is it escape or is it one of the Fs? I think it's escape, right? Can't remember off the top of my head now. Fuck. Been too long. It's one of those things that, like, I would have to be doing it to remember. Fuck. Yeah, it's like, what is it? Is it F something from memory? Let's see. Most common ones are F1, F2, F4, F11, F12, delete, and tab. Apparently. Do you remember what brand laptop you had? It's because you're doing it on a laptop, right? Because I know they can determine it as well. Sometimes it's like the button for the laptop. I think those are the main options, though. It's GDP. Yeah, I wouldn't know off the top of my head. But like, yeah, it's typically one of the F. I mean, just hold them all down, you'll be fine, right? Your computer won't explode. So I'm trying to figure out the best way to use the laptop without getting backdoored. I mean, the short answer is have it off network, right? But, I mean, you could always route it via another PC and use that other PC as a data point. So you can do a lot of safety things. And that means that you can limit data flow. Shorter boot times. Yeah, that is true. I'm trying to think. Because Because like, that was the intention I have with like this PC, is this PC is gonna potentially... Depends on how I want to handle it, if I'm gonna make this a networkless one, if I do the streaming or not. Those are some good words you said. Indeed. The skill and talent, right? I can structure words together sometimes, and they do a thing. I am good at wording, as they say. Gotta love the wording, right? Need I remind, I literally studied linguistics at school or at university. Fucking, I swear to God, man. I don't know what fights harder, my university, like, level understanding of language, or my fucking growing up in the ghetto level of understanding of language. There's a reason why it bounces sometimes. I sound like really smart one moment with some sophisticated words and well-structured, fucking structured sentences I'm saying, and then the rest of the time you hear me fucking just say random shite that strings together in a loose sentence, and you're like, ah, that's grammatically wrong, but it works. That's fine. That's the best part of understanding language. You know what you can fucking break. Code with 60-year-old guy ASMR code with me. That's basically what the stream is. Listen to man lose his fucking mind. I'm not grey yet. I'm fine. At least I don't have my grandparents' genetics, because I would have been grey by like 23, which would have been fucking scary. No, instead I'm now like just starting to get my greys in my beard and a little bit in my hair. Pluck them out still. Try and make myself feel a little bit better about it. It's easy enough to hide. I've at least not got balding as part of my genetic tree. Like, I've got that going for me, so I can keep my hair for as long as possible. It's just gonna go grey. So this is going to be auto. Auto targeting. There we go. And I'm gonna be lazy here and write the function here, because why not, right? I shouldn't, because we actually use it in multiple spots, so it actually makes more sense not to. Surprisingly. But... There we go. Alright, where were we at? If you need to rewrite partitions and stuff, I recommend creating Windows Recovery Media. You need CMD access in there. It gets TX tools to repair stuff. Yeah. I mean, it depends on what you're doing the boot cycle off, right? As well. Because... if you're just you're doing it off a drive, right? A secondary drive? Which is always a nightmare. God, I remember... oh my god. I remember giving a bootloader drive to someone once. Explaining to them what they needed to do. I should have written it down. They were so fucking panicked one day calling me. Because they're like, I really want to give you back your flash drive, but I can't. And I'm like, why? It's something, have you broken it or something? Because that's fine, you can just pay me back. So no, I can't load the computer without it. I'm like, what? Turns out they fucking installed the OS onto the goddamn flash drive and used it as its as the primary bootloader because they didn't understand how to set the drive. So I had to go around and fix that. That was fucking annoying. In short, kids, always remember which drive you're installing onto. Oh, I hate typos. No, it's all good. Yeah. I hate them, but I make them often. Nah, it's all good. I mean, that's how it goes, man. We all screw up all the time. It's the best. That's how you're supposed to do it. So this one, what are the accessibilities? We've got that one, and we've also got screen shake, right? How do we toggle off screen shake again? I think that's only in the controller main. Drop experience cleanup. There, that's it. Okay, so let's sort this out then quickly. Control C, Control V, screen shake, and then go here and grab this. I hate that it does this every fucking time. There. Alright, found an adapter. Nice. Okay, I'm going to change this to this. This is actually just a safer option, I feel. Feels like we're doing surgery on robots. Debugs code of the month. Yeah. Dude, you have any idea how much, like, I am programming even when I'm not at my computer? Yesterday I decided to actually go for a walk, for a little bit, because I was just too engrossed and I needed a break. While I was on a walk on the beach, I'm fucking, like, still thinking about all of the things I need to fix and change. I had pre-programmed a bunch of stuff that I'm doing today in my head. And I'm just accessing that information in my brain. I also figured out like a couple of changes to things that I've already made. I hate it. I wake up with like programming on the mind. I'm only programming ever. Even when I'm playing games, I'm programming somehow. That's why I'm a workaholic, man. It's easier. It's easier to keep getting that progress going. Nice. Brucey's world in ones and zeros. Mel's gonna break the matrix sometime soon. That's about right. Forgiving the human brain with a bit. Yeah. It's just, it's super easy to understand code, man. I've done fucking psychology and that shit was fucking... Actually, no, that was really easy. I like that. I love patterns, okay? I stand by this. You ever want to, like, get me to fucking do shit really well, just give me a good pattern. And that's what psychology is. Psychology is recognition of pattern architecture in the human brain. Not many people are gonna like that kind of point out, though. That's how it goes. Actually, that's something that's always, like, kind of fascinated me, is how much, like, people really don't like getting pointed at groups. Even though groups are not great all the time, there's still a reason why they kind of exist for certain psychological practices. They should be used effectively, though, not liberally. That's the mistake that's normally done. There's a deal here. Logic games on streams. You want me to do logic games? What logic games which ones would we do? We can always look at my Steam library and see if we have one that ticks any box that anyone wants to. I mean, why do you think I like strategy games? Strategy games are great. Actually, maybe this says a lot about me. It's like my favorites. Civilization. Dude, I'd be down for Civilization. Fucking love Civ 5 especially. How many hours do I have? Only 75 here. What do I have of this? I don't have very many. Yeah, only 23 hours. I'm gonna say this now though, the reason why I don't play these games much, I've talked about this before, is I absolutely love them and I get really good at them and everyone else fucking hates playing with me because of that. Have you tried Total War in the past? I don't think I've ever actually played a Total War game. I've seen gameplay. And they do look cool. I can see you playing Rome. Total War Rome? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that has caught my interest a few times. I don't think I have it though. Total... Let's see. Yeah, I don't own any. I got 2 of them from a mate. Based on his library, but hey. How many hours do I have in this? Only 17? I swear I played more Beat Saber than that. That's one of my favorite ways to work out, by the way. The only reason I don't still play it is because I haven't set it up at this place. And because I'm kind of like still looking at moving before the end of the year, I don't want to set it up because that's just a really annoying thing to set up and then pack down again and everything. But I swear to God, I'm going to be playing more Beat Saber again. It's one of my favorite free time things to do. Because it's just chill out with some music and fuck around. I get very sweaty with it though. Because I sweat very naturally quite a lot. Empire and Rome 2 are dope. keep an eye out on them then. Dyson Sphere is always a fucking treat for me. I can't wait for some of the like these updates to get finished off and done that they're working on and been teasing, because then I'm gonna go back and play it. I don't know if I'm gonna start a new world or not though. That's the difficulty. What else have we got here? Ageless. Never played this. I think I just got it through a thing. I played this for 10 hours. That's right. I just like clicker games. Clicker games are fun from time to time. 33 minutes of Arcade. Nice. 78 minutes of Arc Blade. Nice. Factorio. I haven't actually got that many hours in Factorio on Steam. Yeah, I've only got 5 hours. Because there is the update coming out soonish, right? Or has it already come out? I believe there's supposed to be an update like around the corner, isn't there? And I'm waiting on that, and I might play it then. See if I can convince a mate or two to play it with me. Azure Lane Crosswave. I wanted to play more of this. I played a lot of this. It was fun. Emporio. Fuck you. Fuck Emporio. He's a shit. No. Nobody likes that JoJo character. Battlefield 4? 12 minutes. That says a lot. I think I just got it from something else. I don't know what. Azure Lane, really? Dude, I stand by you. If you ever wanted to get into a good gacha game, Azure Lane is the best. It treats you well, and you basically never need to put money into it. It's so good. Ah yes, Malith, but noob at FPS. I'll have you know, I played tournaments of Halo back in the day. Like, I participated in a lot of New Zealand tournaments. Was on stage. I was even there when Halo 4 got announced. For some of the New Zealand showcasing of it. I was one of the first people to ever use a mantis in New Zealand. And they actually used my screen for showing it off to the audience. It was really funny. It was even more funny because I got it for like a solid minute, and then just they flick over to me finally, showing me like killing a bunch of people, and then I immediately got fucking Spartan lasered. StarCraft tournaments and Halo ones, yeah. I did a lot of tournaments for games back when I was younger. The Halo armor green is the same as the Kiwi green. Exactly. But you know, I did a lot of, mainly it was strategy games. I did some Command & Conquer ones as well, like Command & Conquer 3, Tiberian Wars. Fucking love this game, by the way. Played a lot of that one. Went to a couple of offline tournaments for that. They were very local, those ones, though. Very much like anyone in the North Island that wants to just turn up was great. And people fucking hated playing against me again because I was actually decent at those games. Premium taste, made by Premium Games, yeah. Endless Legend. Still probably one of my favorite 4X games of all time. I'm just gonna say that now. If you ever enjoyed Civ or any of those sorts of games, Endless Legends right up your alley. Far Cry. Yeah, I don't have much hours on this though, because I've completed Far Cry 3 on Xbox 360, and I 100%ed it. It was one of the only games I have 100%ed outside of like Dishonored and such on the Xbox. Far Cry Blood Dragon, I also 100%ed, and fucking played the shit out of that. Love that one. Far Cry 4, I tried to play, and this is the example of me trying to play. It was 6 hours I got in, and I just couldn't. It was boring as fuck to me. Never tried Primal, and that's the only ones I have. And then the early ones I never really played. They were a bit before my interest. Firefall, I don't even remember this game, man. Frostpunk, fucking love this game. Frostpunk's great. Yeah, I've been playing Frostpunk 2 a little bit here and there. Honestly, they really did awesome time with that. Game Dev Tycoon, I've got a few hours on it here, yeah. Potassium Medicine is also bad. Simpsons Halloween, yeah. I mean, you want a spicy game that I have a lot of hours in? Here you go. Here's 65 hours in Fruit of Grisaya. I love it. Dude, this game's fucking depressing, by the way. I just want to know it. That shit will have you fucked up. Oh yeah, God Eater 2. Played a good bit of that. God Eater Resurrection. I never got around to that one, right? Yeah. Visual novel? Yes, it is a visual novel. Depressing? Yeah, it's fucking good. I stand by Fruit of Grisaya. Highly recommend watching the anime of this. I would... If you have watched the anime for Fruit of Grisaya, I think it's Grisaya no Kijitsu, you'll know some of the things for it. There's an anime, there is an anime. It's a very popular franchise. I'm gonna say this now. If you've ever seen the anime for it, realize it is based off this visual novel and it is really fucked up. Like, this one is really, really intense. I loved this visual novel, but man, you cannot do some of the routes and like, you can't keep playing this game. You need to take breaks. Specifically, like I think it's Michiru is her name, the blonde twin tail. No. Okay, so I will go into this. Basically, all of the characters have a lot of mental fucked upness to their lives. One of the girls is like possessed by another girl, and she deals with the concept of death because the possessed person is actually dead, and she's taking medication to suppress the other side of her and stuff like that. The bad ending is she suppresses the original completely and basically kills herself, but becomes the other person and then runs away, if I recall correctly, and I think dies. The good ending is that she goes to see the other person's like father, and then the other person disappears. Now, like, the difficulty with this is, like, there's a scene where a cat gets hit by a car, and this is how, like, her storyline, and this is... You're basically there watching this cat die in her lap when you're, getting to the vet. And it does die, and it's really fucking hard. The 4chan... No, not the 4chan visual novel. Oh my god. I've never actually played it, but it was fucking... I heard a lot about it. What's the freakiest route? What is the freakiest route? Probably this girl's, honestly. She was pretty messed up. It's either her or the kid. The little girl. That's like... Yeah, there's a lot fucked up with her storyline. Short answer is, I mean, the fact is the main character is an assassin. Like, this is fucking wild. You have to sit there and watch, yeah. You're in a taxi and you're just going and this cat's dying on her lap. It's fucking hard. Very, very hard. This is not a franchise that you can watch going into it lightly. It is definitely something that's commitment. Fucking loved it. Speaking of commitment, hi Neptunia franchise. Fucking Christ. Neptunia franchise, man. If you ever knew about it, you'll know. Ooh, Homeworld. This was one of my favorite RTSs ever. Say that now. I did some NGVNs, I'd survive that. Probably. Again, like, I'm not saying it's the edgiest out there, but it's pretty harsh. And that's the thing about it. You gotta keep in mind. I'm not saying you're definitely going to, I'm just gonna say it hurts. You'd survive it, but it hurts. Oh, moving out. Now that's a fucking nightmare. Mighty Quest for epic loot. I was always sad this game never got picked up more. I don't even know if it's like still got any attention on it or anything. The Catgirl slavery sim games. Oh, Nekopara. You mean the game that, if we go to my profile, I have all of the max level badges for every single game. I'm not even kidding. You know, there's sometimes you have a joke that you commit to and you regret, but you also love. I traded so many cards and stuff like that. I never put real money in for this. I always traded. But I traded and I got every single one of the cards for this that I needed. From the marketplace. And nowadays, like, you can get this shit way easier. My inventory's wild from memory. Got a bunch of crap in here. Yeah, I basically have every Neptunia collectible item on Steam. Good times. Good times. Jojo noticed. Ooh, yes, there was Jojo, wasn't there? Yeah, there you go. Jojo, All-Star Battle R. I've played a good bit of it. Really love it. I am a big Jojo fan, as they say. I am kind of like, I am bi, so mostly gay side. So it makes sense, right? What the fuck's this? Oh, that's when you load into the Steam client, you can set that. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I got some Neptunia stuff in here as well, but yeah. Again, I have basically every possible collectible for Nekopara, and I hate myself for it. Because you get a bunch of collectibles whenever you upgrade the badge level. But it's just also funny. Also, why do I have two of these? One's an uncommon and one's just a normal. Okay. Gotta love it. Has every cat girl under his command. Exactly. Dude, cat girls are great. I don't care what you have to say. Cat girls are like some of the best things to ever come out of anime. I stand by that. It's the only thing I actually want from Elon Musk is him to actually commit to the cat girl ship. I don't care anything else he does. I think he's a bigot most of the time. But give me them cat girls. But you forgot the dog guy is right again? Ah, true, true. However will I romance Merryweather? Get my dog boy. One day I'll romance Merryweather, I swear. I think I've got a chance. I think I've got a chance. I think I've got a chance. See how this looks. Big fast chauffeur. Oh, yeah. No, it's going to be using the wrong list because it's using display, not accessibility. It's almost like using brain power as an incredible feature. Hey, at least I clocked it pretty quickly. That's something. Options, accessibility, screen shakes enabled, auto targeting. Okay, they're not clicking. So I'm clearly not. Interesting. Because this is the wrong thing? Yeah. There we go. A dog girl? You mean... Oh, fuck, I blanked on her name. What her name? Cool, that's working. Dude, I'd be down for Yumi. Why is the dog girl gay? Hololive lore. Malice peak memory on VTuber topics. Honestly, I kind of hate how that's true now. Like, genuinely. My brain is filled with... I blame this game. I actually do genuinely blame this game for how filled my head is with VTuber information. Do you have any idea how many, like, evenings I spend just watching, like, VTuber highlight videos and shite? Just to, like, keep up with what's going on and see if there's anything relevant for the game. How many hours I spent researching old ones as well. Like, I've watched almost every, like, VTuber above a specific threshold. I have watched their, like, yearly fucking compilations. If they made them. I have watched way too much VTuber information. There's a 50-50 that an agency VTuber girl will be gay at some point. I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. Based on Hololive, I think that's a bit more than a 50-50. Especially the fucking new EN group. Jesus Christ, Narissa and the lot. Fucking hell. Narissa, Shuri, like, wow, okay. Oh god, I watched another highlight the other day of, like, Narissa and her sisters, and those were always good. It was the one where it's just like, does your partner call you mommy? And it's like, no. And it's like, does yours? And it's like, I refuse to elaborate. It's like, hang on a minute. Fucking love that shit, man. I pray for my boys in VTubing to be shipped with girls at least. Nah. All the boys together. Let's go. Nah, I ship myself with almost all male VTubers, I'm gonna be honest. Dude, Kuro, get over here. Let's go. I fucking made a joke earlier about Merryweather, like... like, Taka, get here. Especially as a new model. Hell yeah. I actually really like the style that they've gone with the new model for Taka. Nah, homies first. Exactly. No. It's always the homies first. Come on. Bros before hoes, as they say. Said a chonky fanboy. Oh, fucking not that. Can I just mention, by the way, the other day when we had that, my friend actually did take that clip and she made it into a thing on Discord. So when I'm joining now, I pretty much always hear that fucking dialogue played, and it's so troll. It's so troll. Wait, can I see if I can find that clip? Proper manners, yeah, exactly. This one. They do. Chonky femboy. I hate it. Oh god, no. That is not the description I want attributed to me. No. That is a concerning one. That is a very concerning description. Yeah, damn it. Oh, Lord. Thanks, I hate it. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. For controls, not gonna have anything for now. I might push that fucking thing through later though. Alright, so that should be all of the key options stuff done. Which is pretty fucking cool, I'm gonna be honest. Very happy with that. Very, very happy. What makes a chonky femboy? No sanity, VTubers, and completely no shame. That's about right. I think that summarizes me a little too well, though. God damn it. And that's what I was saying earlier, is like I'm lacking that sanity, man. Gone far with this, though. I'm happy. So now we have this, this, and this. Controls is going to be empty for now, that's fine. Cool. Alright. That's a really huge leap, by the way. So to explain why this is awesome, like on such a fucking larger scale. No, I don't want to save there. So this is actually something I feel like is important to kind of mention how UI stuff is done sometimes, and this is what we're doing. So you see where we've got like the main menu, you've got the whole play, options, exit, POE, Father Fix Up, what? The benefit we have of the way I've done options is it means that if we're in like the main game and we pause, so you got resume, options, and quit, this options can just call the same as this, and it means that it's just gonna display the exact same. So I don't have to rewrite the options menu multiple times. Which is really, really awesome. There's like 1 in 10 chance that screen shake options will say Harlem Shake. Oh god, that sounds horrendous. Actually, can I talk about... so this was an idea that like I was looking through when, as I said earlier, I was throwing around ideas in GBT, and it was giving me like really shit ones most of the time. This was one that it came up with going like, no, make this like something unique. And I was like, okay, interesting, let's have a look. I think this is fucking awesome for a super rare enemy to turn up. The 4th wall breaker. So its main attack is regular blast, but mixed in with in-game glitches and distortions that can distract the player. Move or hide parts of the player's HUD temporarily, and then swap the players around. I think this sounds fucking funny. Imagine there's like a very, very low chance of this, but imagine this being in the game where you're like running and you get swapped with your mate's fucking character. I think this is so fucking funny. This is like just actually horrendous experience to play against this boss. Because you could be playing as your fucking character, then just switch the other players. And then the worst part is, what happens if you're not on call? And you level up. Now you're in a situation of, fuck, what do I take? What is what they're taking? I don't know. So you have to try and take safe bets with their leveling. And what it means that you could potentially waste a bunch of good levels in getting their like final build online. I like that idea. Very rare, very, very rare occurrence. But just something in there to really fucking stir the pot. So, just a nice little thing. I also got a few of these going. I like some of these as well. Cosplay Conqueror I think's really funny. Because I can do like Super Sentai reference with it, which I'm definitely down for. Virus EXE is another one that's just kind of like a bit of a joke at it being a video game. Soundwave Siren, still playing around with this idea a little bit. Ethereal Twins I thought was cool because just having like a twins thing is cool. So it's basically a boss that will go around and then swap forms from time to time. I think it's a byproduct of reading too much code. Lawyer speak makes sense. Yeah, I think it's about right. I've got that issue as well. Quantum Slime I thought was kind of a cool idea because it's just another fucky wucky one. And then RNGesus, just the name alone should tell you like, I think this is really funny. This boss is going to be a nightmare to do, by the way. I'm just saying this now. This is going to be a horrendous boss to implement. But it's going to definitely be like as on point as possible. It's just, if you're wondering, it's main attack, random thing. First ability, create a thing that does a random thing. Final ability, again, random thing. I love the idea of it, just to really, really fuck with people. Pastor Moses' goal, yeah. Oh, that was a ferret rescue stream posting, okay. Just wondering what I got pinged about. But I really love the idea of our Jesus joke thing. Because it's just, I feel like that's a topical one for gaming, right? Good one. Attack that spawns bunny. Yeah, no, again, like that sort of thing is... The problem with this character is he's going to basically be like maybe 4 or 5 different characters all in one for design space. It's gonna take a long time. But I really like the idea of just, as this a design idea has, completely unpredictable attacks based on random outcomes. Just fucking everything. I mean, speaking of, we do have the rabbits in the game now. Have I shown that? I think I showed that when we were doing the launch for the game, but we do actually have rabbits spawning now. The next enemy type. Usagi-san. I don't know what I'm actually going to call it, but it's Usagi-san in the code. That's what matters. I think it's only like 40 or 50 seconds in game that I need to get to. Proof healing. Every once in a while, I've got to play the game, right? Is it 40 seconds or is it 50 seconds? We'll see very shortly. 50 seconds, okay. Infernal Contract's always really good on Iron Mouse. Because it's a burst heal. It's basically equivalent to nuke and damage. Yeah, there we go. Usagi-san! The map unique mechanics, they're still kind of probably a while off, realistically. Haven't really had the time to work on something like that. Because I've just been doing a lot of the upgrades changes, the descriptions there. Been working on the UI stuff now. So, kind of a difficult one to really get in too far into it. But yeah, at the moment we still only have party animal as well as the only boss. Like, we've got too many things to focus on at this stage to probably work on the mechanics. But I have gotten some written down. And I've got some in mind as well. Is Sakura Storm a good one in this case? I guess with the area modifiers, it's probably not too bad. Improve the healing, really amp it up. The boss is stuck in the wall. Give it a moment. Okay. An Honest Feather's not great with this combo, admittedly. I still think the bosses, like the second boss and follow-up bosses, spawn way too early. Like, we need to create a modifier value that we fuck with instead. Because it means I can, like, lower the initial one, but I can, like, raise how much each one will get increased by. Because at the moment, we just multiply it, right? I don't think that's enough. Butterfly Blade's not its build, really, is it? I can see it being. I like the screen shake though a lot more. I've come to really like how it came out. God damn it, I'm probably gonna trigger the next boss here before I'm gonna kill one, I swear to God. I managed to kill one of them, but now another one spawned. Pain. So yeah, this is gonna break, yeah. Crates are gonna be fucked completely until I actually make a new UI for them from the ground up. Have you written down some of our ideas from the past streams? I write down pretty much anything that I think is useful. I write down either during or after the stream. So yes, I do write stuff down. I just don't write down everything, admittedly, because sometimes there's something that's said that I'm like, it's funny, but it's not gonna work. Right? But I do keep in mind anything that I do think is actually worth considering. I also want to stress, like, if you think that's a negative thing to you, I apologize. I'm just saying that, like, I'm happy you guys throw ideas and see what sticks. That actually helps a lot. If I only take, like, one idea out of 10, please take that as a compliment of me actually taking an idea. Because you help me think of something, at the very least. Not everything's gonna stick, though. It's the same with me. Do you have any idea how many ideas I throw at the fucking idea and then just let it throw at this game and I go like, nah, it's not gonna work? Probably hundreds in a day. It's the difficulty with projects like this is I said this before, like, the game here is difficult because you're balancing, like, VTuber community, gameplay, and, like, all that sort of stuff. And it's trying to find a cohesive middle ground with it all. And I'm not good at games. I'm not good at designing games still. I have a long ways to go, and I know that. I'm just saying that you suck, and that you too. Exactly. Dude, evil Malith one day is gonna, like, turn up on stream, and it's gonna be great. We should do an evil Malith stream. That'd be funny. Me, but just, like, actually being an active asshole. It's the sunglasses, that's what it's gonna be. If I ever turn up to the stream with the sunglasses on and, like, a hoodie or some shit, be fucking scared. It's like Shadow Mort. But no, I mean, like, I'll stress at the end of the day is, like, any idea is an idea. Regardless of if it works or not, it's still an idea and it's good. You should always be sharing ideas when you can. Boss music will be playing? Exactly. Be great. That reminds me, I need to go back onto Twitter, because I think It's not this week. It's it's not next week. It's the week after that my flatmate is going to be gone for. Yeah. I might see if I can reach out to someone, because I remember chatting with someone that's been on the channel a few times and such, about doing something like a collaborative thing. Because VTuber and VTuber talking would be funny. Me and a VTuber, imagine. But yeah, we'll see if I can do that at some point. Because I was mentioning on Twitter that, like, I feel at the moment I'm nowhere near as into the VTuber community as I should be for someone that, like, talks about VTubing so much. Collab after so long. I mean, again, I've said this before, I'm not against collabing, it's just there's a hesitation under most contexts. Right? My difficulty is a trust thing. I have paranoia issues, and they're pretty bad, and that's why, like, at this point in time, most of the time I've streamed with people I actually knew, or people that could be attested to by others that I knew. But I think I kind of want to move a little bit out of that comfort zone. And we'll see, but it's going to be very much with that whole thing. You said it 10 times already, you're paranoid? Exactly, I'm paranoid that people don't understand I'm paranoid, right? But it is genuinely, like, the case, right? I do have my own... Oh, I'm just gonna like that one. That's a good tweet. But yeah, I'd like to do something. I'd like to do some more stuff, interact with a bunch more people, and play around with that. I think it'd be a really cool opportunity to interact with the community in a bit more of a hands-on fashion, so I can get a better, maybe, grip on some things I should add. So I'm gonna start reaching out a little bit more for that sort of stuff, but I'm also not going to, like, ask fucking, like, Iron Mouse or any of those sorts of people just going like, hey, you gotta do a collab all of a sudden. So you don't know me, why would you? No. I'd love to open up dialogues with some of these people, but that's kind of the difficulty, and that's why I like the opportunity to talk with some of these other, like, anyone really, in the environment, because it'd just be good to hear from, like, all ends of the spectrum of VTuber, right? My career, remember? I'd be up for a collab or two in the future. Yeah, that'd be nice, yeah. I'll always keep that in mind. Again, like, I think the difficulty I have is pure and simply time, right? So that's why I say, like, since the flatmate's not going to be here for not next week, but the week after, I can actually go, like, you know what? I can wake up or stay awake or something like that for a stream that I normally wouldn't be able to do on someone else's channel or something. Because realistically, I'll also say this, if I'm going to collab with people, I'm probably not going to stream my end of it most of the time. I'd prefer to just go onto their channel and hang out. Because I don't feel like there's as much of a benefit, especially if I'm not playing a game, for example, which is what I've already kind of said to them. Is like, I'm actually quite cool not playing games. It's difficult trying to figure out a game to play. But like, if it's just chatting, I don't really see a reason to co-op stream that. And if people are interested from that on some of the shit that I'm saying, they can find me, I'm sure. Again, collabing's a mixed bag because there's always the difficulty of the perception that, oh, you're only doing it to get views, or only doing it with this streamer because they're bigger than you or smaller than you and all that sort of stuff, right? And I got mixed feelings on that. again, do I think, could I stream with someone that's slightly bigger than me and get an advantage out of that? Sure. But it's not the purpose. It's like I said, the reason I wanted to just do it with mainly VTubers as the ones that I'd want to be targeting for this is because it means that I can interact with more VTuber community and get more experience with them from multiple perspectives, which is something that you kind of don't get. Again, I'm pretty much solely a VTuber viewer, so there's a lot of stuff that I'm missing out on by not talking with them a bit more directly and such. And I think it would be cool to open up more communication networks like that. Lord, you need to co-stream me, yeah. But like it's at the end of the day, because what am I gonna do? I don't play games. I fucking program. The fuck am I gonna co-op stream? It's like, yeah, I'm just chatting with you while I'm making a game. Like, though realistically, if I'm actually chatting with someone, I'm gonna probably chat with them, and it'll be a lot of chatting shit. You talk. Well, I mean, like that's all I do, right? That's what I do right now. That's what these programming streams are. They're like pseudo podcasts. They're podcasts with like a thing. Talk and discuss. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'd like to do. Love to open the floor to that sort of stuff. Maybe one day I'll consider my own version of like Speak with the Devil, right? Where I can invite people on to just chat shit. My own podcast. That'd be cool. I'd be down for that. I feel like the difficulty with that, and maybe this is a personal perspective, I think it would be best if I did that, if I had someone that would be consistently there alongside me. So it would be like 3 people. Because then it means that the person invited along, the third person, can feel a little bit more like there's a bounce-off environment. That would definitely be important in my eyes, I feel. You already got a podcast, I remind you? I mean, I've got this. I had the attempted one where I did like, was it 2 episodes of? Where it was literally just podcasting. And I'm gonna be honest, yeah, the reason I'm not doing more of those is because these dev streams have just turned into what those were. Except I get to do stuff while I'm doing it, and I feel a little bit more productive. Right? Because I feel like if I do a podcast like that, the problem I had while doing them was I felt like I needed to come in with a discussion topic to start off with. And that can direct the conversation a lot more heavily. Today, I had a couple of things I wanted to talk about. We talked about them. Well, most of them. The ones that I could remember. Like the Asmongold one, which I'm not going to bring that up again. There's all sorts, right? I mean, I could talk about how Matara's going. I watched her stuff early on yesterday, and holy shit, it was awesome. I really love her design, by the way. Her new outfit, fucking awesome. She looks way, like... They fucking did phenomenal with that model. I don't want to say this, but like it looks way prettier than the previous one. I don't like saying it like that, but ooh, I love it. Yeah, I've seen it pop up on your feet. It's so good. And it's been so long since I watched a Matara stream as well. It was really nice to watch a Matara stream. Because she's just such an awesome and positive person, and I'd love to, again, like she's one of the many listed people I'd love to just chat with one day, if I got the opportunity. I think she's an awesome, awesome person. She deserves a lot of love, because she is just incredible. Oh, it's really fascinating though, kind of thinking on that stuff, right? Because maybe this is me. I didn't expect. Okay, I'm gonna say this in the nicest way I can. I did not expect to turn up into her stream and there'd be like 16,000 viewers for it all of a sudden. I'm kind of amazed at like how awesome her community is and how big it is. There are a lot of really cool people there, and that's really heartwarming. I'm not meaning it in the sense of any negativity, by the way, with that. Like, I genuinely want to stress that it was a good, pleasant surprise. And it's not that I had any expectation of a smaller number. It's just I wasn't expecting that number. It was a very big amount of people. It's cool. I don't know why, but sometimes thinking about VTubers makes me go down. If you're down bad thinking about Matara, you're on the right path. I'm gonna say that now. She is a lovely, lovely woman. And I feel bad for every like male that has ever collabed with her. Poor fucking Bricky, man. Oh, poor Bricky. He tries his best to survive. I love when it's the streams where it's like, it's fucking Bricky, Matara, and then like, I don't know, maybe Fruit or something like, just like, Haruka, like that sort of group, right? It's because it's just like fucking dog on Bricky hours, and it's just so sad to watch. He's trying his best out there. Man's just trying to live his best life, and he's just getting dogged on by all the women. I need a VTuber waifu for real. That's fair. I'm sure there is a VTuber waifu out there that would be keen. To be fair, the amount of them that are down bad as fuck, holy shit. Listening to Cotton anytime, man, holy shit. Talk about touch-starved. Oh... And then sometimes there's Numi as well, which, like, dear lord. gotta love them. Gotta love them. I mean, fun people, but, like, goddamn. I still dread doing Cottontail's design in the game, by the way, because how am I gonna make it like acceptably not R18? It's gonna be a struggle. Like, how the fuck do I do anything that's not like, God damn, there's socialization skills you make. Yeah, that is. Ooh, yeah, some of them down bad, but not very genuinely fair for their futures if they don't be VTubers. Like I said earlier, there's a common allergy of grass in VTubing. The more down bad you are, the worse the allergy is. No. But there's some incredible people in VTubing, man. I'll never get past that. Always want to like give positivity to the people in it because they're just cool. Game dev and VTubing. Like my two things that define my personality, I think, at this point. Good thing I'm making a VTuber game then. You know what, right? Joke made, but I like the idea of it. So there was a joke made on Aura's stream this morning, because someone was making a joke of like, they should make a trading card game with Aura, and I'm like, I could. I would be a bitch, but I could do it. And I'm not gonna lie, the trading card game, that's like the collector's card game that they're doing for the VTubers, I'm gonna be buying that 100%. I'm gonna try and keep some money aside to ensure I can. But like seeing that makes me almost want to make a card game as well. The difficulty as well with it though stands by of it's not that the balance or anything would be difficult. It's like, do I make it around a specific group? What limitations do I add to it? Because that's the difficulty with this game, right? Is what limitations have I given? Well, just VTubers basically is the limitation. It's like, well, that's a fucking lot. I'll never be done with that. But I'd love to work on something like that one day. I really would. Something official. I really would love to do something official. I think, okay, maybe this sounds like the most arrogant part of it, but I would love that one day I get the opportunity to work with like VShojo or something. VShojo and Friends. And do something official for them. Fucking would do that in a heartbeat. If I'm like done with this, like going through with this game's gone far enough along and I'm happy, and they just like reached out to me and said, do you want to make something? I wouldn't even ask what they want to make. I'm gonna be honest. I would figure out a way to make it work. That's how much I would be down for that, because there's just some awesome people there. As for the down bad stuff, I already got a mixed grass allergy, truly a sign from God. Exactly. Exactly, there you go. You're set. On the path already. To be fair, I will say this, even if it wasn't VShojo, if it was one of the other larger scale companies or something like that, or just even a VTuber in general, that reached out to me for that stuff, I'd probably still say yes. It's just like VShojo is probably the one that I'm like the most peak for me, I think. I wonder. One day, maybe. You already said that on previous streams? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have. Like, I'd love that sort of opportunity. But those opportunities are only made by your own hands most of the time. So, you know, people don't just freely reach out that often. You need to put in the effort. Yeah. I wonder... I need to go, like, fucking look up a bunch more business emails for VTubers, I think, soon. So I can get, like, a hold of them. I keep talking about it, but it's a difficult thing. I'm gonna probably call it here, by the way. Because at this point in time, it's gonna be about room transition stuff, which we can work on the weekend. And then after that, it's actually pretty much done. We're really far along now with, the UI. It's a lot of little tweaks and stuff like that. I need to get sorted in advance for that, and I really just can't be asked right now. I'm kind of tired. Long stream win? I mean, this was 4 hours, man. If you, I think that's a long stream. Unless you're going like, where's my 24-hour stream? Which I said before, I'll do a 24-hour stream when I'm monetized. Fuck y'all. Anything longer than 4 or 5 hours is definitely starting to push it for me, and I've got a lot of things I need to sort out, I think. Maybe one day for like a big release we can do a long ass stream though, like a 7 hour or something like that, 7, 8 hour, maybe longer. It's more starting time is the big thing. Because keep in mind, I woke up at like 3 AM today, which is pretty normal for me. Get up at 5. And then like I'm sitting there for fucking 3 hours before stream, chatting with some people, sorting out some emails, sorting out some assets, prepping more programming stuff. Like this morning I spent watching or chatting with some people on Discord and getting more of the UI prepped, right? That's what my mornings are. So if I could spend more of that time on stream, I would. But I can't. Anyway, with that being the case, thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome. And I hope to see you again next time. Till then, bye-bye. Remember, I got that time zone drop. Yeah, it do be like that.